And we're live on YouTube as well, friends.
Hey, this is your Noir Aunties. We're doing our auntie thing. We're multi-streaming today. So you're on YouTube and we're expanding our universe to TikTok and being at weird auntie age. It just takes us a little bit longer. So just bear with your auntie because we're gonna put in at least 2 good hours
Hey,
with you.
Michaela, how do I get y'all up here? Do you
Yeah.
know?
We're trying to find we coming. But anyway, today, since Auntie Love held it down while I was fussing with TikTok, let me hold it down. We're talking about dealing with all this hate that is coming. I was just blocking fools off my page like an hour ago because the anti-black woman, black girl hate, and also going toward our indigenous women, that's kind of stayed stable, is on the rise. And no matter who wins the election, we got to talk about this. There's going to be a bump either way because people are either going to be open season because they think they got 4 years to get away with doing whatever they want to do, or they're going to be mad because they can't have their way. And literally right now, people are already spiraling. And just to let you know, the interesting person that I put off my YouTube, it was not a Northern European name. It was not. That was a whole different race of people who were just spiraling because a black woman may be up over them for 4 to 8 years. So this is really, we're going to talk about femicide numbers, we're going to talk about maternal mortality. But what we need to understand about this is you're in a war. You have been, well, not you personally, but your foremothers, when they decided they didn't want to be breeder slaves and they could be more than that, that's when it started. And it also has to do with the fact that people are already spiraling. The spiraling is going to be continuing because their leader and their savior is spiraling. And no, I am not talking about the Lord Jesus Christ. I'm talking about the
Okay,
three
yeah, I'm
times.
trying to get us on. I'm trying to
Okay,
get Michaela up here and Miss
okay.
D.
The 3-time adulterating, convicted felon, aged out version of a so-called Messiah of German descent. And I'm just sitting up here like, I'm just the last time y'all tried that. But you need to understand how that ended to understand that it is important that we sit down and we talk about what we intend to do. First, beginning with ourselves, and then the black girls who depend on us. Now, there's also black boys, there's little black children in general, but the attack, we're going to look at some of the stats on this. The attack is different on black girls. So, but if you have little children, of course, this qualifies for all little children. But when black girls get to be 9 and 10 and 11 and 12, that's just a different ballpark because the culture is giving different message. Adultification hits black girls closer to the age of 9 versus black boys allowed to be boys, 19, 29, 39, 49, 59 will be counted all the way up. I've seen some things this week that I'm like, if
Hello, everyone. I'm
okay,
trying to learn how to
hold on. Let me go back to the
have
link you
guests
gave me
up on here
about. Hold on. Let
on
me go back out here.
TikTok.
So that's what we're talking
Hold
about
on, hold
today.
on.
We're just trying to make sure that the news gets across platform because we want as many black women as possible and older black girls who are able to comprehend this information to have it. And okay, Auntie Love, let me do this. Since you gave me a tutorial on how to get here, surely she has a tutorial on how to change your settings. So let me see what I can find out over here on her page. That's another. Now I must say that's
You
a
know what, you
brilliant.
guys? I might have to have all of you come over to Confidence with Love on YouTube because
Okay.
I don't know what the issue is of to because I want black women to be able to come up and talk.
Right. No, I can understand.
I want us to be able to interact because
Okay. Well, part of what's happening is I see in the comments that comments in this live are being filtered to protect the community's experience. We ain't said nothing yet. Y'all ain't even ready for all that. We ain't done nothing yet. They already talk about they filtering our stuff. It literally says that in the comments on my TikTok. Some comments in this live were filtered to protect the community's experience. So you may be getting different kinds of interference.
okay.
Hold on. Let me do some research. Let me do some research real quick
All
and
right.
be back
So
to YouTube.
I did check the settings, okay, and it's still it's still not allowing. It's not allowing me to add guests up here.
Okay.
On the platform.
Okay, let me see. Hold on. Let me how to add multi-guest. Let's see if there's just
So
some.
Worst comes to worst, we're also live on YouTube on Confidence with Love. Okay. And I'm going to grab actually, Michaela, can you do me a favor? Can you put the link to the YouTube in the comments so everybody can come on over to YouTube, because we got to figure this out. Okay, listen, first of all, y'all, I'm ancient, okay? Pretty tech savvy. But I don't know. What's up with this. But I'm just so glad everybody's coming in. And I really do want to use TikTok lives too. I think we have a broader reach. And I want to make sure that all these incredible, brilliant Black women that I know can come and regale you with their brilliance. All right. So, I'm not sure, Michaela, why it's not allowing guests. It's giving me a whole runaround or something, because I had already added you guys in and it's got it locked. So I apologize to everyone. I'm still trying to get used to how to unlock co-host. And it's saying check the requirements, but I already have people who are set to moderate me in my badass behavior.
Looks like TikTok's kind of getting in the way here.
Yeah. So
they're kind of doing too much.
Michaela, can you do me a favor? Can you I'm sorry, you guys, I've been sick. Michaela, can you put in the link here on TikTok of the YouTube link? Because we're live on YouTube as well, and that's actually working for us. Okay.
Yeah, actually, let me go in there.
Get this figured out. All right.
I'll go in there. Let me go over there and greet the people.
Let her. Okay, hold on one second, Michaela. Let me see if I can do it.
Okay, let me
Because I
go
want to
greet
make sure that we're all in on this as Black women, and that I'm getting, not just me, but for us as Noir Aunties, we take special care in listening to you as Black women and what you feel like should happen. Because this is our lives, right? That's why I don't want anybody else dictating policy to us. That's why I don't want anybody else asking us to fulfill their prayer request. You know what? You better go find Jesus or somebody. Okay. Prayer request denied. Access denied. Okay. You ain't coming over here messing with Black women. And you definitely ain't messing with Black girls and our children or the LGBTQ community. You're not. We don't do that. And the only, what's that word, Miss D, okay, I personally don't have anything against Transylvanians.
Legionnaires.
Yeah.
That's the word.
Okay, maybe a little bit. Because vampires. So I might have a personal problem with Transylvanians, but just a little. So let's go on over. Let's go on over. Well, I'm inviting y'all over to gosh, it just went on my head. YouTube girl. Oh man.
Okay, hold on. I'll go to see if I can put this into and
She
Miss
wasn't
Michaela,
able to
if you
put it
can.
in the link. So let me see if I
Okay.
can. Hold on one second. Let me see if I can do this, you guys.
Live paused. Okay.
Every time, girl, every time. Yeah.
And pause, and it has a coffee cup up there. So y'all are watching your well, y'all are watching your wild aunties try to work this stuff out in real time. Because no matter how much you work ahead, it is not necessarily going to work on the day of, depending on the internet. It's raining here too, a little bit, so it is just what we're trying to get there. Just bear with us just a few more moments, and thank you all for being here on both TikTok and YouTube.
I'm sorry, you guys. I just was trying. I had to get the link.
Okay.
And I'm trying to share that with TikTok.
Blackgirltragic.com said Jesus put black women on red. Do not disturb and mute. Let the church say, "Amen."
Amen. Okay.
Exactly. Look, as a personal testimony, I know he had to do that for me because people would just see the problem about people want to come to black women and make them Jesus, but then they want us to submit. You know, a powerless God can't. How am I supposed to be goddess and slave? How does this work? What we doing? How does this work? And of course, churches go through these moments too. I don't think we broke it down as much in the agenda, but we didn't talk about all the different institutions that engage in this behavior because we do need to just talk about some very specific things. We got stuff from Love's Matriarchy Think Theorem. We have things from, we're going to introduce you to a man named
Come on
Sun Tzu
through, you guys.
today.
Come on over. Come on over to YouTube. I just put in the link. I shared it with you, Kay. So I hope that all of you can come join us over on YouTube. Let's get into this because I'm going to tell you guys the truth. We're working on battle plans because we're not going to keep being mutilated. We're not going to keep being unalived. You're not going to keep walking up on black women. You're not going to keep being violent with us in any way, shape, or form. You're not going to be emotionally violent with us. You're not going to be mentally violent with us. You're not going to be spiritually, physically, sexually, nor fiscally. You're not going to write policies about we as black women and our children that are detrimental to us, and we didn't tell you that's what we're going to do. We will be writing our own policies about what we're going to do and how people are going to interact with us. These other demographics continue to declare war on our bodies. And the reason why this is a fucking problem is because too soon when Negro Peons is talking, y'all call them white women, I don't know, I call them crossover demons. Too soon when these people are running their damn mouths, what they say becomes a policy of damn law or some sort of societal rule in which they feel like they can enforce it upon us by violence. We've been dealing with this for 405 years. And y'all wanted war? Y'all declare war on us? Okay. What they say? Me too. Me too. We're not going to sit here and be taken out anymore. So I hope that's clear. And hi, Faithful Travels. Hi, Barbara. Hi, everyone. Hi, Liz. Please come join us over on YouTube because I'm having a problem getting everybody my co-host up here. on TikTok. I gotta get better at
TikTok is
this.
creating problems for Auntie Love because she sent me a
Oh,
tutorial, so I know she knows how this works. But they already in content talking about our content is being filtered to protect the community. So Auntie Love, I don't think this is you. I think this subject is
oh,
just too hot because literally, Michaela saw
oh!
that
They
in her
love shadow
comments.
banning me. I love that.
Contacts are on. It is literally in the comments that some comments in this live were filtered to protect the community experience, and Michaela saw it too. And we haven't even said anything yet. So it's
Okay,
possible
well,
it
I
could be
have
in.
been cursing since I got on here because I don't care.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying TikTok may or may not be just acting a fool because they ain't got over the
Hey,
fact that
boo!
college way. Hey, Michaela.
Hello, ladies.
Hey,
Hi.
we're
Hello.
trying to get everybody. Come on over, you guys. Come on over to YouTube. We did share in the comments. If you scroll back up, the link to the YouTube live. I'm gonna get this figured out so we can continue to have lives here on TikTok, right? Because that's a part of my our goals as the Matriarch Think group, where we're working on solutions to the critical problems that all of you can take and make a trend, make it your way. Okay. Individualize it. All right. So I want to go ahead and get it started because yes, this is a war council. It's a war council. We cannot allow people to harm us, walk into our homes, whether we know them or not, and tell us that they're going to unalive us and then do it. We're not doing that. Mm-mm.
And have the
You
right
can't
to.
unalive us in
Rest in
hospitals
peace to our
anymore.
sister Sonia
Can't do any of
Mancy.
that. So come on over to YouTube. I did share it, but I'm gonna share it. Let me see if I can get this K. I'm gonna put it over here under K again, and hopefully everybody can come through. I just want to make sure that everybody comes over because I want to be able to talk to all of you. Okay. And we want to be able to listen to your perspective on how we roll out what we're planning to roll out. All right. Y'all know I love y'all. Come on over to YouTube to Confidence with Love.
Come over, sis. Come
That's
on over.
LUV.
Come on.
Confidence
Come
with
on
LUV. LUV. Confidence
Come on
with
over to my
LUV.
place.
LUV.
Come on over to
I'm like, we're just women talking. Come over.
Come on.
Come over,
Black
sis.
women. Come
You
on.
come
Come
correct,
over,
man.
sis.
All right, you guys. I'm gonna see you over on YouTube. Do me a
Okay,
favor,
let me
you
go
guys,
welcome
because
some
I'm
people
having
in
some
over there.
technical difficulties over here on TikTok Live. Because I can't stop cursing and stuff like that. Of course not. Of course not. Intellectual profanity? What? You want me to stop? I don't fucking think so. So come on through. Come on through. All right. Look. Oh, hi, everybody. Okay. All right. I'm gonna see y'all over on YouTube. Okay. Mwah.
Bye, ladies.
We'll see you in a little bit.
Love you, ladies. Come over.
Okay. So, sorry
Beautiful
about that.
ladies.
I
Yes.
don't know what happened there, but okay,
I'm like TikTok. This past week, TikTok has done a good job with its anti-Black woman campaign. So maybe TikTok is trying to to suppress
shadow banning.
us Black
Definitely
women
shadow
on
banning.
confidence with loves TikTok, because you be eating them up, honey. You know how you
Okay,
do,
but
mama.
Literally, we hadn't even started yet. No, literally, before you
Haven't
started
even
with the
started.
intellectual profanity, they're filtering comments. No one in the comments is using intellectual profanity yet. It's just like we haven't even said anything, but you just saw Auntie
We
Love and
haven't
realized
even
you all went red.
started, and they already trying to
Literally.
silence Black women's and all of the things.
I
But
guess
I'm like,
TikTok doesn't
but
want to be
I'm
shut down.
joking. I'm joking. But at the same time, TikTok is known to silence Black female creators, so it wouldn't be the first time, to be honest.
Well,
It's
Michaela,
pathetic, but
thank you for doing that. I think later let's get together, you and I, and try to
Yes.
figure out how we do it, right? On TikTok too. So, okay, family. For those of you who don't know, my baby Michaela She is one of our leadership. We have several leadership here. There's Level Up Single Mom, and of course Auntie D. You know,
Our
and
beautiful
we have a
Miss Auntie
matriarchic.
D.
We have
Thank
a
you.
matriarchic think leadership group that we are starting to vet Black women for. So what I'm gonna do is hush up and let Miss D go for it. She has done such an incredible agenda, and I'm following her, girl. So let me hush with my little messing up on TikTok.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Stop.
Okay.
Okay.
So I
So
appreciate. Go ahead.
and I'm gonna let you go ahead because we literally are just gonna be here for a couple hours. So okay, Mick, I'm gonna drop you back down, KK.
Okay.
And then at, because I gotta, if I don't hush, see, I can't hush.
When you're passionate about something, it's hard. If you're passionate about it, it's hard.
Okay.
But
I'm
this
sorry.
also affects our lives, So
Yeah, it's important.
it's our lives,
Hey,
and
back.
it's our sisters' lives, and it's the women that we love lives. So it's passion, but it's also a thing that we have to deal with on a regular basis, just maneuvering the world and society and all of these different things, unfortunately.
Yeah, but we're gonna you haven't seen the agenda, girl. Okay, because I'd be over here all the time, like, oh, we at war. I don't know what the hell anybody's talking about. We at war. So you decided you wanted a war against
I'm
us.
like the art of war, and you're the queen of the art of war, mom.
Oh, we
You
gonna
know
get.
how you do.
Miss D is going.
We gonna get. We
Beat
gonna
us
work with that.
into it, girl.
We
Because
gonna work with it.
when I saw her agenda, I was like, oh, yeah.
Well,
Okay.
you made a specific request, and I honor you as the crone griot and said,
And I'm
okay,
like,
you
I'm
made a
like
specific request.
I'm like an auntie signed, sealed, and delivered. Oh, got it.
Yes.
And
Yes,
I'm like,
yes, yes,
and
yes.
also Auntie B, congratulations on your new best-selling book.
Thank you
I'm like,
kindly.
Yes.
Thank you kindly.
yes.
That's another topic we're gonna get to. Okay, if you need to defend yourself and leave where you at right now, we need financial resources. We got that in the agenda too. There's a lot of things, and Auntie Love has specialties in real estate. I have crypto, physical assets are for everybody. We'll get there.
Definitely, I'm definitely gonna be getting your crypto book very soon, honey.
Well, but please believe that it is out there waiting on you. And some of the information is actually available to you because you have access to that Discord that people have to be vetted again. So you have more access than most people do. There's benefits to being vetted. I'm just going to put this out there. Y'all need to take Auntie Love's self-confidence for Black women course. Y'all need to do that. That's the first prerequisite to get in to have access, because we cannot. There's a term you coined that I'm not going to use publicly, Auntie Love, not because it's just, but it's just like we can't have Black women who don't love Black women. We can't have Black women who are like
anti-Black woman and Black
anti-Black woman. We can't have situations like Jennifer Williams, who is a brilliant Black woman in her own right, who did not vet that felon of hers. And this man is lying to the authorities about not having been out of town and been to Switzerland just before they're supposed to get married in Paris, and he ain't got permission. Guess who's getting dragged all the way up and down the internet, though? Not him.
Her.
See,
of course, it's the woman, that. Jennifer.
Mm-hmm.
We cannot afford, because as much as we love Black women, we also understand that just like predators hunt weakest member, so you need to get strong. So as we do these lives, everybody's welcome, but you you do need to, and we'll get into it more today, because some of us don't realize, even though we may be doing well at the moment, some of us don't realize the minute our foremothers decided they wanted more in life than to be a breeder slave, the war was made on them right there. The war has always been about, the United States of America has assigned you a role. How dare thy dark-skinned behind decide that you were a human being and for free? That's what it's been about. So there are a lot of things that you need to, since you have no choice. You were born into the war. You didn't declare it. You didn't do any of that. It just so happened. And I probably should just go on and say historically, at about that same time, 405 years ago or thereabouts, even though Queen Nzinga did her best and many other Black chiefs, not chieftainesses, decided to sell us off instead of defend us, or they just got beat outright. So this meant that you had no backup. You got here, and the men who were already here had been, by the time Black women were imported in mass around 1800, Black men had been turned to the ground 25 rotations in 180 years, from 1619 to 1800. Average lifespan of a slave was 7 years. Literally, these men had been broken to the point that they were not going to be able to be helped to us. And quiet is kept. The other thing that happens when groups of men are defeated, there are always going to be individual exceptions. But when groups of men are defeated, since they cannot beat their enemies, they punch down.
And in this case, the Black woman.
And the only place that Black men who are broken can punch down on, at least they could before we got wise to them, is Black women.
And our children.
But I also want to make sure that we're taking into account, because this happens a lot.
Yes,
like when we're talking about the Black community,
Blackistan.
Yeah, it's rife with crime and a blah blah blah. That would be Black men. But when y'all are saying you need some help, or you
because it ain't Black women,
you're talking to Black women when you want help and you want us to fix the shit you broke. So we did know who these Black men were, and I'm not giving them any type of, oh, they were broken, and oh, they were scared, and oh, they couldn't defend us. Well, that's weird because we defended them. Oh, that's weird because we would take our children with us when we got the
and when I'm looking as a minor teenager, I damn sure did.
Yeah, so I'm just saying. That's all I'm saying. Okay, so let us drop out of your way, Auntie D.
Okay, no, the context is important.
I don't know if everybody heard from the beginning what you were saying. So I want to make sure we cover all the points. So Michaela, let me see if I can drop. Okay, I don't want to.
Okay, I can leave real quick.
I love you. I love you so much, Michaela.
It's good to see
love you too, Mama.
I just have to say the hair is just herring and is doing everything it needs to do, Michaela. The hair is doing everything it needs to do.
Okay, I'm a hush, and you let me know when.
No, that's okay, because I appreciate the perspective. Because we're a little bit different in our viewpoint, being very different Black women. Yeah. But what we agree is they failed, and although there are individual exceptions, as a mass, they are continuing to fail. I was just at an event where a Black woman was memorializing her son. The greatest thing about this rehearsal I was at this morning is that I got to go and strengthen her. Every Black man but her second husband made a complete and utter fool out of himself. And this was supposed to be to commemorate a Black young man who was actually a hero. He was killed saving some other people's lives. But they just made absolute fools. Everybody but her second husband, who stood in there strongly. Good worker, good soldier. He would meet your definition for that. Everybody else made it their business to try to monopolize the public attention, to monopolize opportunities, to build up their capital. And she kept coming back and forth up there to try to just very gently whisper in her ear. She's a little woman. She knew how to run the event. But guess what? She's up for an elevation next year. And all I said to her was today, look, we all saw who was holding it together. And what happened is you just got shown who you don't take with you.
Mm-hmm.
Because these men made war on her and her child at the event live. Oh, did I mention that KPIX CBS was at the event and watched this foolery happen? And so this makes our whole community look dumb. And then there had to be that little anti-black woman who rolled up before it was over. I'm like, this is why we got to take your course and be vetted before we form community. I mean, but there is a war going on. And then if it was not enough to deal with people within the community who really hate black women, and some of them are black women, then you have white men and white women. If you read Project 2025, you read the table of contents. Now, Auntie Love has a stronger position than I have on this, but you can see it's about 40, 60, 50, 50, white men and white women.
Mm-hmm. It's literally how they enslaved us. 60% white males and 40%, because I went back and started counting the white women.
Yeah, it's 60-40-ish.
Yeah.
But 60-40 is a pretty good, if you then look at the census numbers between them, that's about even. Because there are a few more white women than there are white men. That's about even. Then we have that. People would really like, and I just need to put this out there for the record, because I have, people coming like, well, Donald Trump doesn't have anything to do with Project 2025. Who wrote the forward? Mr. J.D. Vance. Who's he? The vice president's candidate pick. So if you've actually read it and then you looked at Agenda 47, the head of the Heritage Foundation said, we don't disagree on that much. That's correct. So this is things that people, and if you go to the 4th page, when they talk about the breakdown of America and the breakdown of the family, the only people's children that they mention as being from single mothers are black women. Now I ask you this, well, 40% of American children who are born to single mothers. Well, black women are 7% of the population. So how, therefore? No, see, they covering little white women. Mm-hmm. They covering little white women. Mm-hmm. But they want to tag all that on us. And that's just page 4. We're not going to talk about on how page 592 and thereabout, they want to go to a 160-hour work month so that people can overwork you in the first part. And who's that going to hit a lot? In the black community? That's going to hit black. They don't want to talk about how they don't want you to be able to have FDIC insurance in your bank so that they can pay off the big banks and take your money out. Who's that going to hit the most? Because who's putting more money in the bank to try to help their families and their children? That's going to be black women. Everything there is bad for everybody, but there are some very specific, no fault divorce would disappear. Father reunification, meaning that they're not going to give, the government will not assist you unless you let the same man that you had to put out for a good reason back into the home. Now, Auntie Love has told her story on here, and I will not ask her to tell it again because of the pain. Vitamin Kiana Footman has told her story about these men who walked up and said, I don't even love you, I just like having sex with you. I still find it difficult to recall. So then imagine, now I know Auntie Love, so ain't no way no Negro she doesn't want back in her house is getting back in. Look, all I'm saying is before you try that, come to me, because you need to make sure that you know how to get to heaven, because otherwise, and she's like, I'm not even letting you into hell. You have to go direct to the lake of fire, because it's just like you try to go over there and do that. I'm just telling you, that ain't what you want. But I'm just saying, every black woman ain't in a position. So if there's no kind of governmental help, you have to let this abusive man back into your home. Because what the people who wrote Project 2025 want to do is turn black women back into breeder slaves. They want to put poor white people back on what's called peonage status. If you go back far enough in history, white people were shipped here, but the thing is they weren't strong enough to do the work. But they would get into something called indentured servitude, but they couldn't hack it. So they had to find black people. And then they couldn't import enough because they messed up their own laws. And then they needed to breed slaves. And that, when black women like Harriet Tubman decided they weren't going to do it anymore, that is when the war began. Because the war is about you getting to be free, what Auntie Love calls self-body autonomy, versus you being a breeder slave. And so there are diverse groups of people also who are involved in this. I have a gentleman, now, this is not a Northern European's name, so understand it's a diverse problem. I have a gentleman named Mr. Covarrubias, who was on my page asking the fool. Well, he's about the third different race represented. I'm like, all of y'all have a problem with this? Oh, well, that's about to be your problem. Stay poor if you want to. But the increase is picking up. So I'm going to let Auntie Love talk about those maternal mortality numbers and what we're already dealing with, and talk about the Black femicide numbers that we're already dealing with. And then I'll come back because I want you to understand that even with what we're dealing with, and I've covered Project 2025, I've actually done point E before I did, okay. But I'll come back because I have something to let you know about what we cannot get out of in the United States is coming up. From the end of the Confederacy and the end of Nazism, you need to understand this, that there is a war. You cannot avoid it. Auntie Love has your stats on what's happening in the hospitals, what's happening on the femicide numbers. And then I'm going to tell you about the end of the Confederacy and Hitler's last order to let you know that even if Vice President Harris wins, it's still going to be of conditions for us. But first, in the calm before the storm, Auntie Love, tell us what's going on with those Black femicide rates. How many times a day are Black women being taken from here? I know the number has risen, so I know you have the most current number.
It's 5 to 6 times a day. In other words, 4.5 to 5 hours a day, every day in the United States. Usually over 90% are Black men who are killing us. Simple as that. I'm not going to keep using the little catchphrases that everybody wants us to use, whatever. I'm going to call the shit what it is. Okay. So you have Black men on this side, right? We have the highest rates of DV in the United States as Black women. We have the highest rates of kidnapping. In some areas, it's up to 40%. When, let's say, I think we were looking at Chicago. We've looked at other cities, but
yeah, Chicago is crazy.
We just use Chicago as a small metric. Okay, Black women in Chicago are only 14% of that population. The entire Chicago, Illinois or whatever population, but specifically Chicago. Okay, so why are Black women 40% of the women who are being kidnapped? Why are Black women over 40% of the women that they know are experiencing DV? Why across this country are 60% of our little girls, by the time they reach 18, being raped by a Black male? So the very people that you're saying should lead or whatever the hell it is, I don't care what you do in your other communities. That's not my tradition. That's not our tradition. Okay. So if that's what y'all do, good for you. But we're not going to continue to follow policies that are killing us. And now you want to add more? That'll be a no. So when we really look at that, if we have a population in literal numbers of 8.5-ish or so of little Black girls now, 18 and under, about 5 million of them will have been raped by the time they were 18. 5 million. I want y'all to sit with that for a second. 5 million little Black girls. 5 million. We're not talking about, that was during enslavement. Let it go. Oh, that was during Jim Crow. Let it go. No, that was
yesterday. Today.
Okay. So I need to know how is it that we don't want to admit what this is? We've talked about it enough. Okay. We've talked about the critical issues that we are facing as Black women, Black girls, our children, right? We've talked about it and talked about it. We get outraged at the very next thing that happens. Okay. Oh, did you hear about this? Or did you hear about that? Yeah, because we're every one of those women. I don't know why we think we're going to be exempt from the bad behaviors. No one is exempt. No Black woman, no Black girl is exempt. I'm not exempt. You think Black men haven't walked up on me, or they don't? Yeah, they do. I just make it their problem. You ain't gonna be a problem of mine. But you definitely got one now. So this idea that Black women, we're trying to either fit into somebody's stereotype or not fit into some other. Because, and then this is in my own family. Okay, which they could be watching. Hey, you, that they could be watching. But they know I don't give a damn. Okay. I'm letting them all know. I don't give a damn who you are. If you are bending the knee as a Black male worshiper or whatever type of shit, girl, we can't. We can't, because you're my enemy too. You're my enemy too. You're selling all of us out. You're over here with Black men blaming Black women for grown men's choices. Now, so why aren't we giving our daughters the ability to defend themselves? What, you know why? Because we're sitting here in our heads going, oh, we can't look like we're not feminine enough. And if we fight back like that, we won't be seen as feminine. By whose damn standard? Oh, you mean white people? Oh, girl, I'm a whole outlaw as far as they're concerned. I don't give a damn about your patriarchic rules and all that bullshit. Your language is violence. That's what you understand. That's what you do. That's what you did in the caves you crawled out of and the trees you dropped down from. And you're still dragging your fucking knuckles. So if you think I'm going to get behind you terrorizing and re-enslaving Black women and Black girls, you lost your fucking mind. You damn right we at war. Oh, you want to declare war? I'm with it. I was built for it. I was built for it. So the question for us Black women is, now y'all don't want to say it. We don't want to say, oh, we can't say that. Okay, they already do. They're already taking us out as Black women in the healthcare system. I don't just mean L&D. L&D is the part that we're focusing on more now. But I don't care what you're going to a doctor for. They all, most of them are like, oh, well, you're not in pain. Oh, my cousin fell and she was working. She works with children. She's in her 60s. She fell, hurt her back, broke it. Actually, you're not in pain. When I tell you they gave her 2 days of pain medicine. Oh, we don't want you to get addicted. Girl, her disc is cracked. The fuck are you talking about? And then you're not going to send her to an orthopedist? You done lost your fucking mind. And one of the things that she said to me was, can you come with me? Because we all know how you are, right? And I was like, girl, I can't come with every single one of y'all. You have got to do this for yourselves. You can't keep not stepping up to a war you're already in. Okay? You're at war, whether you believe it or not. And you can go look up what it means to be at war. But when you're paying all this money for health insurance, and these motherfuckers are gonna tell you, oh, we only gonna get, oh yeah, we see the crack in your back, girl. But anyway, you don't really need pain medicine. Go take some Tylenol or something after the second day. And then when she was walking later, about 6 months, later, she was, getting herself back together, all that. Well, her back is still broken, so she fell. And then she broke her arm. Or you don't need no pain. Girl, you ain't hurt. It ain't that bad. Let a white woman stub a fucking toe. And we all need to stop everything we're doing and coddle that hooker. But you're going to tell a black woman who has broken bone that she's not hurting? This is what you do all the damn time. And then because it's primarily white women working in social work, that's where our children get kidnapped. Did y'all know that? It's not just our children get kidnapped off the streets in record numbers, okay? It's not just that. It's that we'll take labor and delivery. In labor and delivery, no matter how intelligent the black woman is, no matter how high her level of education, ask Serena Williams, ask any of them, okay? Ask me, ask Beyonce, girl. These people see you as a black woman and they're like, oh, no, we got to kill them. Absolutely.
Literally. This is being written to legislatures, even here in California. When Auntie Love said that literally this is what's happening, literally this is what happens. Like,
because it came, they said it. They wrote it in it was Father Matthews, Auntie D, who was like, okay, well, so no, absolutely not.
But you know what I found out from Mother Matthews, though? The reason why Father Matthews was ticked off, the first thing they offered my mother were abortion options. Mm-hmm. That's why Father Matthews got ticked off.
Parenthood, because once we had fought like we did as black women for civil rights and everybody else got their civil rights, then they figured out, oh, so we're just going to start mutilating them. Not like we weren't, but we're going to stop. They were in the 1900s. I'm talking about once we started going in, integrating more and going into their hospitals or whatever. They were removing the uteruses of 12-year-old black girls
up to 1959. I believe you shared with me. That was like standard procedure in a lot of places.
Yeah. And so that's why I'm saying to us, white women can lynch us with impunity. They in all the picnic pictures, grinning up, smiling up. I'm telling you guys, y'all, I'm a nurse. QB, because she can attest to this too, okay? The smell of a decayed body your body is made to get sick let's say somebody was found, nobody knew for a couple of days or whatever. Your natural response is to throw up when you smell a decayed body, right? The reason, and I need y'all to hear me good, the reason that these white women and white men were taking their children to watch us be tortured was so that they could get their children past the fact that we're human and that they could be okay with even human mutilation. You did that to your own children. That is the highest form of child abuse besides the other sick shit you have done to your own children's bodies. So don't you guys sit here and tell me nothing. And so between But in all this time, now we have today, 2024, white women sitting here going, I didn't know that was happening. Well, how didn't you? Because I don't know about y'all. Y'all tell me. But didn't you grow up? Ain't those your mamas and grandmamas and shit?
That's your grandmama. That's your grandmother.
You telling me you don't know how heinous these hookers are, right? But we work with them every day. So we know more than you do growing up. Stop acting crazy. Okay?
Well, see, it's just like you can't be superior and ignorant. Pick a struggle. And that's the problem with some of these younger, because I remember this week I've had all these conversations with Black women who suddenly all these younger white women have decided to walk in the footsteps of their grandmothers. So if you don't know, how you flip that on that quick? Continue. I just need to add that sideline because some people want to fill up the sins and the measures of their foremothers, and they just out here like, you don't know. Then how did you reach back and get into your ancients? How did you get back into your ancient bad behavior that is not that ancient that fast? How did y'all just go back over that? Because it never was. It's just like y'all gonna pretend like you don't know, but nah, y'all know your grandparents. So what you mean?
So when Joyce DeGruy, she spent so much time, Dr. DeGruy, she spent so much time researching and writing post-traumatic slave syndrome. The diametric opposition to that would be the people who enslaved us, right?
Right. Post-traumatic enslavement.
If we are carrying the markers to this day of our enslavement, plus we have living memory because Ruby Bridges is still alive. I'm still here, and I knew, of course, I lived with my grandparents, and they were born in the early 1900s, before 1920.
Yeah, my grandmother also.
Yeah. So if we have DNA markers for the pain that we suffered, the things we've gone through, you think their violence and their evil doesn't have DNA markers? Do we? And then this whole thing to try to convince us that, oh no, it's different. You're a damn lie. Because I like to know, I don't know what they taught y'all over there on the crossroads as a demon and shit, okay, about human beings and stuff. But I don't know if y'all missed this part of the class and shit. But y'all just doing this and saying, don't look at us. Okay, don't read about Black people history because it reveals y'all's. Huh? We can't have that. But we're all changed. So where was these magical people that came down and changed your ass? Oh, I was raised different. No, you were raised by the same hookers that were in the picnic pictures. Grinning up. You know what? We have this idea in the last 60 or 70 years that if we're not married, if we don't do this, if we don't do that, then we're worthless. Okay. Well, our ancient history isn't that. It isn't that. That's not, we weren't raised, we as ancients, we were not afraid of our bodies. We weren't afraid of other people's bodies. We weren't telling people to feel guilty for having a body or whatever, or that little girls need to make sure, or women need to make sure that they are doing the things to calm the emotions of grown men. And we're still doing that same shit. So I need us to understand it's time to be realistic. I know because Auntie D has told us so many occasions that she understands we're going through a grieving process. But at some point, you got to accept the reality of what's going on. And then you're going to have to prepare yourselves. Because Black women, can I tell y'all something? Nobody's coming. I don't know if you, I don't know if you notice, ain't nobody, they don't care about you.
Let me just say this.
They don't like you at all. And they definitely don't like me, but that's a given. They definitely hate my ass, but they don't like any of us. And that is apparent in their behavior. I'm sorry.
Let me just, oh no, I'm sorry. Let me just give you a sidelight from Christian Black woman's point of view, because about 85% of Black women identify as Christian. Yes, Jesus is coming, but in the meantime, he left us some instructions. If it doesn't happen that a strong man arm keeps his house, because sometimes you don't have one there, y'all need to go ahead and find out what Deborah did under those circumstances. You know, the general could not figure out how to go to war. And in fact, the person that beat the general of the other people was also a woman. Y'all need to just go ahead and study a little bit more. There are instructions about how you are supposed to take care of yourself, how you are supposed to defend yourself, how you are supposed to take care of it. And oftentimes, if you read the Bible, God did not have a faithful man. He had no problem enabling a faithful woman. So if you do not have a man and you supposedly worship the Lord Jesus, then you need to understand that you have a right. Every right that a man has in the kingdom of God, you have that right, including how to handle your finances, how to deal with your self-defense. All those things belong to you. Because yes, at some point, we know not exactly when, but you have to live down here until then, and you are responsible for your children until they are ready to be on their own. And you are responsible for making sure your daughter is equipped. And if your son doesn't get it, then you're going to have to figure out, because, you know, in the Bible, when your son was rebellious, and this was actually said, what was supposed to happen to his behind is that he was stoned to death. So us coddling and enabling bad behavior from our sons. Now, over here, I've heard, it was reported to me that there is someone who knows that if he does some anti-Black woman stuff, he gonna be upside down on a spit. And so Auntie Love's son already knows that ain't what you want. But that is the idea, that we don't coddle people. As a Christian, I had this conversation with people. No. But we're supposed to forgive. No, read what Jesus said. You need to repent first and then be forgiven. That's Luke 17:3. So since ain't nobody repenting, ever hear groups of Black men repent for the way they treated Black women? You might find an individual. White men and white women, are they repenting? You might find an individual. But as a unit of people, they ain't repenting to Jack Sprat. It's still open war. Furthermore, as a Christian, understand you already were told you were at war. Remember? It's in Ephesians. Well, maybe you don't know where it is. It's in Ephesians 6:10 to the end. You're already in war. It talks about put on the whole armor. Does that sound like the soft life to you? I need us to understand that, yes, Jesus is coming. He left you a whole Bible. Go read the parts that tell you how to deal. Psalm 18 and Ephesians 10 to the end will save your life as a Christian woman. You need to understand, you have already been told you're in a war. This should not be something, it's like the heretical heathen who she self-identified knows more about this stuff than many of us. That should not be. That's a sin and a shame. Psalm 18. Blessed be God that teaches my hands to war, my fingers to fight. Some of us need to know. Ephesians 6 says you in a war. This should not be a surprise. Sitting back in church, it's a different show, but some of y'all churches are plantation. We ain't got time right now. But you being warred on sometime even in church. We ain't got time right now. But I just need to run that in there, because as Christian women, yes, we want to forgive and all the rest. No, you better read the rest of the book. Read the rest of the book, Christian woman, as this cramp starts to tear up my leg. But read the rest of the book, Christian women, because this should not be news to us. And 85% of us identify as Christian. So they may not necessarily hear from someone in another tradition, Auntie Love, but I'm a sister of theirs. And they need to understand. We've been in this war a long time. Harriet Tubman was a Christian. She'd tell you it was a war. The war was so hot that she had to threaten to shoot the people that she was leading, because they didn't know how to operate to understand that they were either going to get to freedom or they weren't. And Harriet Tubman's like, look, you going forward or you staying here?
And those were usually men
And
who were
those,
doing all the whining.
yeah,
It was
whining,
usually
complaining.
yeah.
Because women had their children to get out. Women had people that they hoped to see. Women were walking through the night to go find their children on other plantations during that whole time period.
Yes.
So we need to understand, Christian Black women, that we're in a war. We were specifically told this 2,000 years ago. Literally, this is what's going on. So this should not be a surprise to us. Don't sit back and think, yes, Jesus is coming. But in the meantime, you were instructed what to do.
And I'm gonna give you guys the goddess's perspective. Okay. Prior to patriarchy. That's only about 4,000, 5,000 years old.
Yeah, about Greeks a little bit earlier, maybe.
It's
new, kind of.
Yeah.
Relative world history.
White folks are new. They're new compared to, everybody's new compared to us as Black women and Black girls. But no man legitimized us up until there were groups of whoever who started accepting patriarchy. Let me put it this way. No man can legitimize me or my children. I legitimize my children. The reason I don't have my husband's last name is because he didn't do all the work I did to get here. And so I should take his last name. Why?
Just so he can have his name on something.
Where we were signing for the court, filling out our paperwork way back in the day. I'm like, the lady's like, sure. Are you sure you don't want to take his last name? Girl, he's the one, he can take mine. He can be Mr. Austin, but girl, ain't nobody taking for what? He didn't write one of my books. He didn't make no bestsellers.
And you're 7 times.
Yeah, he didn't come up with no damn. He didn't make. He hasn't been an RN for 100,000 years. He didn't study all the shit I have. So how the hell you think that he can legitimize me? He can't. It's not possible. But we have that in our head because no matter what we say, we tend to operate based on patriarchal rules. And here's what I mean. Oh, white, men's, our Black men's, because we keep arguing back and forth with them, our Black men's should be protecting and providing for us. Girl, goodbye.
You are the weakest link. Goodbye.
Girl, goodbye. You are not America's Next Top Model either. Goodbye. Goodbye. You're not okay. You didn't make the cut. Pack your knives, Top Chef, because you're not Top Chef. Okay. That male cannot legitimize you or your children. You created those children in your body over 10 lunar months. And we just all play that off like, oh, it's no big deal. And And single Black mothers and blah, blah, blah. Shut the hell up. Sit your ass down out of my eyesight. If I have to hear one more damn Black man, I swear to God. And when I'm swearing to God, it's a problem.
I'm about to say, that's an issue.
That's a damn problem. So I need us to start to be realistic. And I need us to get to the point where we're accepting the reality of the situation because it is costing us our lives. To sit here and say to ourselves, well, we're just going to wait for Black men to get in. If we just keep talking to them, maybe we can get them to do this, that, and the next. Girl, it's not going to get done. What are you talking about? They've never done that. I don't know what y'all are talking about. We, as Black women, were reproducing daughters through parthenogenesis. We have the ability within our own bodies, even though it's latent now, we have the ability to create full humans without males. Now, I don't want to hurt nobody's feelings or nothing, but at the end of the day, they can't legitimize you or your children. So while we're all walking around trying to get some haphazard Negro pin, jabroni, or whoever the hell to legitimize us or a child, oh, I'm married now. What does your marriage got to do with everybody else?
Oh, if I hear that one more time.
I got a cold. Why on this planet why should it matter to me that another Black woman is married? I don't give a damn. Why would it matter to anyone that I'm married? So that's a relationship between me and my husband.
Ain't none of our business.
Got nothing to do with, how am I trying to lord that over people? That's insane. That's insane. Girl, stop. Please just stop. Okay? Can we finally just accept that they hate us and they covet us at the same time? They all know that we are preternaturally elemental powers. That's why they don't like for you to talk, Black women, because your voice carries a certain vibration that creates out of thin air. Now, I ain't got no, me and Jesus ain't on friendly terms, haven't been since I was about 8, but that's neither here nor there, okay? I'm telling y'all, I don't understand how Black women who are, like Auntie D said, 85% Christian don't know what Jesus did through those 4 gospels. Y'all keep talking about the dang God or the New Testament and whatever. Why do we have to hear about everybody else but what Jesus did and said? Why are y'all going to these churches and these pulpits where these pastors, as Auntie D has explained to us, is massa plus whatever.
Massa rhymes with passa.
Okay. Why?
And I should say, let me give credit to that. Let me credit that.
Right.
That was another Black woman, Madam Whip-Ass, who actually coined that phrase. So let me just go ahead and give Madam Whip-Ass her credit. She coined the phrase, but I learned it from her, and I looked at it and I'm like, you know what? She's right. I forget her real name, but that's her channel name.
Because we're not safe. When these people are in a pulpit telling you that you can only be legitimized by someone with a penis.
Jesus never said that.
Never. In fact,
never.
He said, you don't need to go through nobody else. You come to me.
Nope. Come to me. That's it.
Not your husband. He ain't there's no,
never.
I don't know. Okay, I can't say I've read every type of Bible. I've read a few different versions, but I'm just saying I can't say I read every type of Bible there is, but the bottom line is Jesus Christ. If y'all go back to your Gospels, I need y'all to go back, because if you start to really look at it, men just were hyping those miscreant 12 disciples, okay? Because the parables that he did, all of these things was to teach them how to treat other damn people, because they were out of line then.
And out of control.
But the women were who heralded him. The women was who he had a relationship with. The women were who patronized him.
Funded his ministry. Yes.
Mm-hmm. The women were the ones who went through his passion with him. It was the women on his way to Calvary, right? That he stopped and said, don't cry for me. Girl, you need to be crying for yourself, because if you think what they doing to me, girl, this ain't nothing compared to what they're about to do and have been doing to you. I need y'all to go back to your Bible, because it's like Auntie D said, there's no way in this world or any other that me, a heretical heathen, should know more about the person that y'all say, the God that y'all say y'all about, Christians, because Jesus Christ. If you want to follow Abraham, then why don't you call yourself Abrahamians? I don't know. Paulicians, Peter-itions.
Well, there is sort of a term for that. Abrahamic religion is sort of the blanket term for that. But that's another story. But
my point is, y'all, that's not what Black women say they believe in. What they
no, it's not.
85% of Black women we say we believe in is Christianity.
Christian. Yep.
But you don't know how Jesus treated women. You don't know that he had a little girl rise from the dead before Lazarus. Y'all don't know that? Y'all don't know that his mother, a teenager, was the one who imparted all the care, all the love, all these things to him. Now, you guys can say whatever you want to, but I'm telling you, I don't care what Joseph did. Good for him. Great. He is a great stepdaddy or whatever. But when y'all get in the pulpit, you jabronis and Negro peeing passes, when y'all get in the pulpit and you start pushing this narrative that Black women and Black girls are nothing, that somehow Black women and Black girls' uteruses belong to you, the males, I got a damn problem with that. I got a problem, because it's not what Jesus ever said. The first miracle that he had was at the request of his mother.
John chapter 2. Correct.
So y'all want to tell me what? Because I don't get it. I don't get it. You're listening to these freaks tell you that they're the ones who legitimize you. Your body belongs to them. Your uterus definitely belongs to them. And they're going to attach laws and violently enforce them upon your body. And that's what they've been doing ever since to right now, 2024. So Black women, my question, after you've heard all the stats for how long we've been doing this, after you've listened all this time, what are you going to do? You going to let your daughters be raped by these men? I'm sorry, what? Because I can't hear you. You going to let your daughters be raped? You going to wait till after they are raped to call the police? I don't know what we're doing here. I don't get it. Because I don't know about y'all, but no man ever disciplined my daughter. No man ever got to lay around my daughter. Okay? No. One of the things, because my son is 8 years older than her, one of the things that he was made to do was respect her. She's 8 years younger. You couldn't walk in her room at 2 years old. I know she had her and he had all that, but you need to knock on her door, because we want her to know that this is how she's going to be treated. You don't get to have you don't get to put your hands on your sister. You don't get to raise your voice all like that. You can tell her you don't like some shit, girl. Y'all can have a whole discussion and God knows. I had to bring God into it. They do. But on the goddess side of it, he understands his position. The problem that we're having is not that we don't know how to raise Black boys. That's not true. We do. We're just trying to raise them based on patriarchal rules. So every time one other Black woman who gets married or whatever, or is married or whatever, comes and pushes that narrative over onto other Black women to try to make them feel ashamed or guilty or any of that, you're my enemy. You're my enemy because you are using anti-Black woman and Black girl violence. And I will not stand for it. I won't stand for it emotionally. I won't stand for it mentally, physically, spiritually, fiscally, sexually, no way. So I'm asking y'all, Black women, you gonna let these mofos keep doing the whole most? Because you can stop them. I'm telling you, you can, but you're gonna have to pull your energy from trying to get them to, don't you understand you're hurting me? Yeah, they understand it perfectly. You're not okay, serial killers. I don't care how good you are at talking people down and getting grown people to change their mind about their emotional this or that. When somebody wants to commit violence against you as a grown person, that's what they're going to do. It is not because you did something wrong or right.
It has nothing to do with it. Right. Yes, what they want to do. It's what's for dinner. You.
Mm-hmm. So what are you going to do to stop this carnage of yourselves, our daughters, our children? What are you going to do? Because I'm telling you, white folks, they hope that was the plan during Reconstruction. That was the plan. So they were like, okay, so if you as Black men want, okay, so you know what the two things Black men wanted? They wanted access to white women, okay? And they wanted, if they have to be in the same household with Black women, well, can we at least beat them now? Like really beat them. Like beat them. Because see, during enslavement, you had to be careful of the white people. Look, their idea that we was their property. So you couldn't mess with their property like that. Oh, you could rape Black women, but you couldn't like beat them so bad they couldn't go to work every day. Black men made a deal with them. That's why when you're looking at those pictures, and some of them are women, many of them were women with their children, many of them were women who were pregnant, that they opened up upside down and had the baby fall out and stepped on them. They've been doing that since our enslavement. Because you know why? They were doing it to each other in Europe.
Yep.
They come from a land of scarcity.
3,000 years and counting. Yeah.
Yeah, and their hierarchy. So what are you going to do, Black women? You going to sit here and keep trying to convince who? Who are you trying to convince that they should treat you better? Because I'm telling you, the people you trying to convince don't give a damn. They don't. They really don't. They're showing you with their behavior that they don't care at all about you, what they want to do, because they know how powerful you are, because you are a highly valuable resource in their eyes. You have evolved humanity from its inception. You created civilizations. Every time you turn around, you liberating people, Black women. It was y'all who ran that Underground Railroad. It was y'all. Y'all. It was y'all who built it. It was y'all who maintained it. It was y'all who ran it, Black women. It was y'all who stopped the out and out lynchings. It was y'all, Black women. I can name names. You want me to name?
Go ahead and name them.
Ida B. Wells, Mary Bethune. Can we keep going? There's a lot of them. Honestly, there's a lot. I just can't. I can't. Y'all are like, oh well, we can't do anything. We can't do anything. That's because they have been separating you from your living memory through violence. If you're being violated on a constant basis, it's very difficult for you to concentrate on anything else. You, Black women, were never allowed to be at home. Okay? That was against the law. Which is why I'm an outlaw, because my grandmama was what? Because she was like, I'm going out there. Absolutely not. And my grandfather got with that. He got with that. But all around her, Black men, including my grandfather's brothers, would open the door for white men when they beeped the horn out there in front of the house. Okay, go on. He's calling you. Send their wife out to get raped. Then when she came back home, beat her ass. That's what they did. Y'all don't need to believe me. Go back in the history books. I'm not saying anything that isn't there. But we keep reading all the stuff written by our enemies and not the things written by us. And there's so much. All you got to do is go and read it. I have given us, Auntie D has given us, treasure trove of books, of articles, of data, of all of these things. Because another way that you create infrastructure is you don't create infrastructure when all of the people around you are violent and you have no method of security or defense. Of course, they're going to come blow your shit up. That's what they do. They were waiting for you to build some shit so they could just not have to do the work. It wasn't just that white people weren't physically capable, because they just, or mentally either, for that matter. The kid, okay, they eat their own children's souls. All their babies are born with souls. And I feel so bad for those babies. Okay? But by the time those kids are 15, 16, 17, they done cracked their souls and ate them. So I'm telling you, you're at war. Whether you didn't declare it, they declared it on you. Now what? Because they're not letting up. They're not letting up.
This brings us to the matriarchy theorem. You on a roll, so let's just keep rolling. I'm gonna come back to Hitler's last order later. One of the things about the matriarchy, the think theorem, and I'm gonna let you overview it, is that it's one thing for us to get mad and even to be afraid. We're human. We have a right to our emotions. The last 8 years have been rough, and it's getting rougher. And no matter what happens, it's going to get even rougher. I'll come back to why in a minute. But before we go on and get more mad and more scared, we do that very well. But then that next step of what do we do next? You asked me to break it down, but I want you as the creator to overview what the matriarchy theorem is supposed to do. And then at your request, I'll break down the standards.
Okay. Wait, what? Okay, you're so much better at this than I am.
Okay. I'll do it. Okay, I'll do it. All right. Okay, so it was reported to me that a content creator, Miss Cynthia G, has been saying for a while, Black women do not have standards. Okay. Well, Auntie Love sat down, went to what she calls the genius zone and said, you know what? We can fix this. We can fix this. We can fix it. But it's just like, okay, there is a need. We can fix this. And so let's go through some of these standards that are part of the Black matriarchy theorem. Let me see if we're going to have all kinds of extra trouble with, let's see if I can actually put them up here. Screen sharing is better. Lord, why? Okay, hold on. Select window or screen. No, of course not. We're not going to even, nope, we're not going to even attempt to do that. I'll just have to improvise for just a minute. I'm not going to even attempt that because just go. Thank you, but no thank you. Here we go. So, first of all, understand vision and mission. Black women, Black girls, sacred, protected, and uplifted. So understand that's your first standard. If it doesn't mix with that, it don't go away. Foundation number one, keep Black women, Black girls' name out your mouth. And see, this is the thing about American history. Most Americanized people mean us no good. So then why should they have our names and us in their mouth? Why should other politicians continue to write slaveholding law that we feel like we just have to go with when we can actually change it? It's like, if you don't want Project 25 and Agenda 47 enacted, then you kind of know what you need to do. And I should just say, don't misunderstand. You don't just need to do it for the president. You need to look at who follows this on your local level as well. Since we're not going to accept these rules, and that's standard foundation number one, we're not going to allow other people to continue to write policy about us when we can shut it down. We're going to get to Sun Tzu in a minute, but there are ways that we can work politically. There are ways that we can work in the community. There's ways we can work socially. So we're not acknowledging people just having a right to speak on us and then make that speech policy, because we're just not going to accept this. And that's standard number one. We're not accepting people writing slaveholding policies from other demographics and other groups of people. We're just not going to do that anymore. Standard number two, everybody thinks Black women owes them something to build them up. No, as Auntie Love has said, access, prayer requests, answering questions, denied. We do not owe anyone our time, space, brilliance, creativities, culture, body, work, effort, compassion, or powers. Black women decide who we are, what we need and desire for we and our children. I just illustrate this. Auntie Love and I are in completely different spiritual traditions, but nobody told us we had to be in either one. That was our choice. We get to choose who we are going to identify with on even an eternal level. So then how are we going to let people who do not care about us and love us tell us what to do in this passing earth? That makes no sense. That's foundation number two. We don't owe anybody anything. And if we don't feel like doing it for you, bye. Who was it that wrote the song, Hit the Road, Jack, and don't you come back no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, Jack, don't you come back no more. Oh, woman. Well, probably get copyright strike if I do too much of that. But we have the right to tell anybody we want to hit the road. We ain't got to do nothing for you. If we choose to, we choose to. But you can't compel us. We're not slaves. It's very important that you understand, based on what America wanted Black women to be, that no, we ain't got nothing for you. Number three, stop rolling up on us. Leave us alone. Every other demographic group and ethnicity behaves in violent, criminal, and with hatred intent patterns that cause us suffering, pain, and enriched our lives. Literally on my YouTube page, I have people of different races beginning to come at me more and more and more and more and more and more and more. And of course, some of you know me from Themis and Thought, know I have the strongest moderating block hand that some of you have ever encountered. Don't roll up. Now, over here, well, let me make sure I'm pointing in the right direction, because my left is your right, your life right there. Over here, if you roll up, you may be rolled out in a black bag that kind of gets,
I'm just telling you.
It ain't what you want. But the idea is that people think that they have the right to just roll up and demand whatever they want. No, that's a standard we're not accepting. No, don't roll up. Leave us alone. This is what we must thank you, because I could not get mine to work. Let's see.
You see it? All we can see is my crazy pictures.
Okay. Foundation number 4. Do not attempt. And let me repeat, do not attempt to hurt, harm, humiliate, harass, Black girls, our daughters, don't do it.
Mm-mm.
We will have to hurt you for that. If you mess with their lives, you're gonna live in fear of your own at best. We're gonna make your life very difficult. I have put in about 10 years of struggle because people wanted to put their hands on money that was supposed to go to Black children so that we could send the first person we sent on our new scholarship was one of my Black girl students. She's going to Tuskegee now. But see, people think Black children, and especially Black girls, because like I said, there's a difference. Yes, little Black boys have been mistreated, and we're not denying that that's happening. But they're not dealing with that 60% number. They're not dealing with the adultification. They're not dealing with what I see at El Bethel, where little girls are expected to take over and take care of other people's little babies. They're not dealing with that at all. So you have to look at different standards. Our daughters are being and granddaughters are being attacked, and our little nieces and our students are being attacked in ways that Black boys are not being attacked. It is what it is. So we have to then let people know. I know that's what you thought you were gonna do. You're gonna break our children to slavery. You're gonna break our daughters to slavery. And no, that ain't not to do. It's like my pastor told the person who came in, this is Miss Matthews. She's sweet, she's kind and caring. And if you mess with these kids, and all I said was, that's correct, sir. It's nice to meet you. People at my church know you come after these kids. I'm sorry, I'm a Christian soldier. That just you gonna find out on the wrong day. Jesus once told his disciples, "Oh yeah, bring a sword. Sometimes you gotta know when." But we have to let people know there's consequences, and that's standard number 4. Number 5 reflects to number 1. Don't even bother to write policies for or against us. Just don't do it. The only laws that we are going to feel honor bound to respect have to do with our own policies for our own. Auntie Love went to a whole school and explained, look, you're here to educate my children. You don't write dumb rules telling my daughter what to do. You just don't get to do that. And we understand that we have a right to then determine how much consequences you get for messing with our daughters.
Mm-hmm.
And with messing with us. Now, again, I'm telling y'all, if you see, Auntie Love and I handle things a little bit differently, but anybody who knows either one of us for a long period of time, it may be a different flavor, but if you do it one too many times, in her case, one time is enough. Just run. And when you run in a zigzag pattern. I'm just telling you. In my case, unless you're ready to be extradited, unless you're ready to get to a country that doesn't have extradition. So one of us is gonna be like, you won't have to run again. You want a direct line to the lake of fire. And the other one is, I may let you live, but you're gonna have so many alphabet people coming after you. So either way, when you mess up and mess with one of us, we get to determine what your consequences are.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's number 5. That's standard number 5. We just ain't no. Standard number 6. Don't touch us. Don't touch our children. And you even wrote down here, don't touch our children's hair. Don't do it. Don't roll up on our social media. Don't do it. I just invoke consequences on someone today. And don't disturb our peace of privacy. Now, even the 14th Amendment gives you that. Even written by slave owners, they knew that was important. But you best believe that James Madison's best friend, Thomas Jefferson, did not respect Sally Hemings in that respect. So this is one of the things we have to put into the opening. Standard number 7 reinforces standard number 6. Do not attempt to harm, hurt, humiliate, or harass we grown Black women. Don't do it. Now, love, of course, as written here, we grown goddess born Black. Do not threaten, punish, correct. Ain't nobody. Let me just break this down for y'all. This you do not. And let me just break this down for the 21st century. 1865 was over a long time ago. No, ain't none of y'all got no rights, no rights, no ownership. So you don't get to physically discipline, mentally abuse, emotionally abuse. People who did it then arrogated a right that did not belong to them. Well, we beat them then, which is why it also says you will be held accountable and responsible for denying and disregarding our directives. Do not attempt to lose any influence. destroy our work, our education, health, brand, or pride. Just don't do it. Standard foundation number 8. And if you just watched the Olympics, you saw this. Black women understand that women and men's who are anti-Black woman and Black girl covet despise our existence, especially when we are experiencing joy, laughter, and peace. You have the entire International Olympics Committee could not deal with 3 Black women being up on that podium from 2 different countries, out here trying to underdo over what must have been just a few seconds because they couldn't deal with that much Black girl joy at the same time. You have Europeans coming up online, and then the United States is fighting it because there's video evidence. Just talking about she just needs to go get a job. They hated seeing all these Black women in their joy and in their power. And Black women were responsible for about 40% of the medals the United States won. They hated that so bad. They despise seeing us free and loving our lives. This is a thing that we must come to understand. And also understand we possess the right to defend and protect ourselves through word, deed, or plot. There are a whole lot of people who never knew they were my opponents in 10 years. And my attitude is, I don't feel like you need to know that I was your opponent till you find out that I'm your opponent. Know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? And sometimes if I hit you hard enough, you may never know what happened. Know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying?
I do.
We have a right to defend ourselves. And we recognize our preternatural elemental powers, and these powers belong to us, for us, by us. No attempt to subject, harness, or control our bodies, gifts, and abilities will be tolerated. Auntie Love and I disagree on some things, but we do know the Black woman is the mother of all humanity. There's no argument about this. None. This is the kind of power that has been vested in the Black woman. No matter whether you're a Christian or you're in, let me get this right, relationship with the goddesses. I stop saying worship because it's different over there. I hear you. History and science and even both those belief systems come together on this one thing. You do not take the woman who's generated all of humanity and revert her to a breeder slave. That is intolerable. We're not going to be doing that. And that's Foundation 8. Now, let me also just say about Foundation 8. You have to have standards. And then we need to talk about how do we deal with the people who don't get it. And so we have someone we want to introduce you to, although he cannot be here in person. See, we listen to men sometimes when they have wisdom. Now, we know that he probably learned half of this from Queen Amani Renos and some others further back, just because history says that. But we got a gentleman named Sun Tzu that we need to introduce you to today. And we need to talk about how this, because Auntie Love and I were looking at this and I'm like, this is foolproof for Black women because the people against us are so self-deceived. But first, let's understand what it is. And then we'll talk about how we work this as Black women. Because it's just like, y'all, we can do this. But overview the art of war, because you've actually spent more time studying it. I kind of went by the Japanese route, which was Musashi Miyamoto, the Book of Five Rings is similar. So I did that first and then got into Sun Tzu. So just to make sure we're not confused, I need you, because I get them mixed up in my head sometimes. Brief us on the art of war. And then I'll go through the 5 steps and talk about why this is foolproof for Black women if we choose to apply it.
Okay. So as Auntie D has said, right? She went through the standards, and I'm gonna make sure I can get us back down so I can look at the comments. Okay. Those standards, because let me have a segue. I was talking to a couple of my cousins or whatever, and some women that I know. That like I just see how the power, I see the brilliance in us as Black women, Black girls. I see why they covet. I understand why they do. And so you couldn't just ask us for our help? I mean, so you need I mean, so you feel like you need to put a bit in our mouth, a metal bit with a face, iron face thing, because that's they actually did that. I'm just saying. And you need to put a harness on us, and you need to rip our skin off of us. You need to mutilate us. You didn't need to do any of that. You really didn't, because most Black women, I say from 70 to 85% of us are compassionate and kind. Okay. Not me personally. I would choose it, but I'll also choose my apex predator. It just depends on the situation. Okay. But in these standards, right? They're very general for any of you to take. I keep saying this, for any of you to take and platform yourselves and individualize. Okay. That's what standards do. So if we were talking about, let's take the CDC or WHO, the World Health Organization, for an example. They come up with standards. Okay. That's a very general thing. So now, if you were to take those standards, go to hospitals, food service, everything you can name just about that requires human interaction, right? Those standards, wear a mask, stand 6 feet away, Now, what we do in these different situations, so let's say we were a hospital or something, we would write policies that are actually that have more boundaries and consequences, that have procedures attached, right? So what we would do if we were a hospital, for instance, we would individualize that based on all the things that go around us at the hospital. What kind of hospital is it? How many people do we have working for us? What kinds of people are we servicing? What space do we live in? What's the environment around us? All of these different things. Okay. And you get very specific. So a Veterans Administration hospital would cater to grown adults, right? A hospital that is a trauma unit would have to have an ICU on every level. So that means neonatal ICU, pediatrics, regular ICU, CCU, and all of these things. Each one of those departments get to specialize and even individualize those standards even more, right? Based on what they have going on in their departments, their population, all of these things, the people they have working with them or for them and all that. So I hope that makes sense. I
appreciate that. That's helpful.
Yeah, when I was talking to my cousins, well, where's this gonna go? Well, who's gonna nobody's getting with this. Girl, where you gonna take this? So do you have a politician that can look at it? Because ain't nobody gonna be doing all that. Girl, you can't just go around telling people that they have to follow this. No, I'm not telling people they need to follow it. What I'm doing is giving us a general place to start, because
right. Take what you need.
Take what you need, girl. Go individualize that. Go take that over there. How we do things over here is not the way you're gonna do things.
I'll give you a good example between the two of us. Okay, number 8. Come up on either of our Come up on either of our YouTube channel at Active Food, or either of our channels at Active Food, because of standards 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Mm-hmm. One of two things can happen to you. Over here, she gonna play with food. I'm just telling you. She gonna play with you. She gonna humiliate you. She gonna tell you to get some coloring books and some crayons. I may attempt to explain to you the foolery that you're doing. Like I just told somebody, you gonna come up and talk about Baal and don't even know how to spell it. You ain't read Deuteronomy, Proverbs, James, First Thessalonians, but I'm gonna tell you where to find the material and then let you know. Come back for the foolery again, I'm gonna block you. I may choose to evangelize your tailbone a little bit first, so that maybe later you might be able to find your way. Because over here, she's like, I haven't even used the word redemption for 4 years. I'm telling you, you go over there, there ain't no help. I may, but the standard says you're not gonna come up in a space with Black women around us because we have standards that we operate. These become policies. When Auntie Love said this is not safe space for Black men and white women who are against us, not safe for anybody that comes in against us. And I'm gonna just put this out there. Y'all remember that one time there were 3 Noir aunties. I ain't saying nothing else about that, but we don't care who you are. We don't discriminate because we have standards and we have policies. And so those are the standards that we have chosen to apply in our respective spaces so that Black women and Black girls, and of course, with that, you have Indigenous women and Indigenous girls, because a lot of us are part of Indigenous also, can also be safe. Because as Auntie Love explained, Indigenous women and Indigenous girls understand the earth. Whereas we do larger civilization level things. So now you have the earth taken care of and you have humanity. And if you're not for that, you need to stay out from over here. That's a good example of how you take the standards and you turn them into policies and then you enforce them. But if you ain't got no standards,
then anybody can come.
Yeah.
Anybody can come in, and because last time I looked, okay, I know they hominids, but the last time I looked, they resemble people. Wrote the Project 2025. Okay, they appear to be people on the outside or whatever, but I'm just saying they wrote that, and they are saying not only are they taking what they have felt and thought, they put it into a policy, and like I said, they can make it into a law and violently reinforce it. That's why you see in 22 states that they're mostly following Project 2025 already. Because let me tell you something. Project 2025, unbeknownst to most of us maybe, those are updated slave codes. Just let you know, because I read the slave codes in different states.
That's what they are.
And what happens is the same thing that happened then. If Virginia came up with a jacked up thing, then Maryland gonna follow it. Then here come North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia. You understand? How is it that we're okay allowing other folks who are merely hominids dictate to us anything when they go out of their way to let us know they hate us, when they go out of their way to let us know we're nothing to them, but yet they can't live without us because we are the fifth element. We Black women, Indigenous women are the fifth element. You can't have a blade of grass without our mitochondria. So you definitely cannot have a brain, a spinal cord develop, none of it. I need y'all to understand something, Black women. Melanin, the fact that we have more enriched melanin, some of us are more and not as much because they bred us, they raped us, they did all of these things to us, okay? Through no fault of our own, this is what has happened to us, right? And it's not just here in the United States, of course. That the slave trade, it enriched Europe. Other people started getting in on it. You
Other people
understand?
predate Europe. The Arab world actually predates Europe by several years, several
So,
hundred.
you guys get what I'm saying? So y'all get to write, like, it's just like they do with the ocean or the air. Humans can't live without it, right? You need air, you need water, okay? You understand? You also need Black and Indigenous women. When they went around the world committing genocide against quote unquote Indigenous women, let's just say in the Americas, it only took what, 100 years?
Yeah, about
For
that.
them to destroy the planet.
Yeah, about
For
150.
people
About
to destroy the
150.
planet. Something that Indigenous women had been maintaining and had been they're very interconnected. Okay, they're empaths themselves, right? They have a certain this is just all ancient research that I've done coming forward. All right, we as Black women, our empathic abilities, we have connections to the planet ourselves as well. And we tend more to evolve humanity. Okay? So we and Indigenous women, Black and Indigenous women, you destroy the very people that can clean your dumbass shit up. What kind of sense does that make?
They're
In
self-deceived.
100 years in these Americas, y'all destroyed the climate in less than 100 years.
Yep, because it's just 2024. That's about right.
Yeah,
Maybe 120. Maybe
yeah,
120.
because y'all did y'all little industrialization and some other bullshit.
Yeah,
You destroyed the planet. But one of the ways that you really destroyed the planet was by committing genocide against Indigenous women and Indigenous girls.
Keepers of knowledge of how to keep the ground and how to keep everything running. I mean,
now we're not going out like that, okay? And I what I want to see is us come back into a very sacred relationship with our Indigenous sisters, and we have got to secure ourselves
first.
Yeah, because we can't help anybody if we're destroyed too. Right?
And we do have that in our outline. We're going to get to that today. We're going to go a little bit longer than we thought, but then we took a lot of time on technical, so we'll stay with you. When we getting where we're going, y'all. I promise we are. Yeah. Because we can win. Mm-hmm. We started with Sun Tzu, The Art of War. And in the Art of War, there are 5 basic principles that we need to look at. And Auntie Love, you can breathe. I love the segue because we needed that context to be able to bridge it, because Sun Tzu is new to us. It's just like when you go to church and the pastor introduces the minister so that y'all kind of know who he was. We just got our segue. But we need those 5 principles from the Art of War. And then we can go into, okay, here's how we make this work as Black women, because I'm just telling you now, everybody who thinks they're superior to us is tripping over number 1 and number 4 already. So we can win because they already done. Sun Tzu about to tell them, y'all already beat. As soon as Black women find it out, y'all already beat. But let me let Love go through these 5 principles.
So there's much more, as you know, to the Art of War, but I needed to drill it down because so let's go there. This number 1 is deception. He has taken what he did in the Art of War is basically just what the title says, right? So again, it's kind of a standard in a way, and yes, it was adapted from Black women in the cradle in Africa. I mean, you know, the cradle of civilizations, right? But he says, number one, deception. All warfare is based on deception. This can include false maneuvers, feigned attacks, and misleading orders of battle. The goal is to influence the enemy's actions by creating deceptive indications of strength or weaknesses. That's what they're doing to you, Black women. I'm just telling you. When that's why people cannot be allowed to speak on us, because their words have real life violent consequences for us on a daily basis. That's why they can't. Okay? That's why that's a part of the standard. Okay, number 2. Sun Tzu says that being a little ahead of your opponent is valuable, and that you shouldn't waste time waiting for reinforcements or turning back for supplies after war is declared. For example, you can try to get the enemy to take the initiative and then attack when they are tired or make a mistake. So when he says this particular thing about reinforcements, you know, don't turn back, don't, you know, here's how I want you to just think of it in this way, Black women. Y'all let Black men talk to you. You keep trying to have a conversation with them so that waiting for them to be your reinforcement. And Sun Tzu is telling you in the art of war, you can't wait for that. Okay. Enough said on that. Advantages is number 3. So Sun Tzu says that you can impose your will on the enemy by holding out advantages to them, or by making it difficult for them to get close. Now, let me hold on 1 second there before hey babe, can you do this can you heat this up for me? I'm sorry. Appreciate you. So he says, when he says that you can impose your will on the enemy by holding out advantages to them, I want you to think of it this way, Black women. Remember those standards now. You are the resource that they all require. The reason during our enslavement that they found Black women, because we had to do the same and harder work than the men. They got to actually do stuff like, go be an armorer or something, make nails or something. But we were out in those fields planting crops because we're the ones who started that in civilization in the first place. Okay, so they found out that Black women could work faster than any of them. Any of them. Pregnant, not pregnant, any of them. So if you are a natural, powerful, the most powerful resource on the planet, Black women, then you don't have to be warrior healer status like me. You know, you don't have to be built exactly like me. We're not built the same. We all know that. We have different abilities. We need that in each other. And you can deny people access to you. Just because I work with a white woman don't mean you get access. What gets to happen is I do what I say I'm gonna do. Thanks, babe. I do what I say I'm gonna do, and you put my money in the fucking bank. And not the money you talking about. I don't know what you talking about. I already told you what I'm worth because I know who I am and I know what I want. So I'm gonna take my skills instead of y'all. What is it they do? Appropriate. Instead of y'all appropriating, understand other people and affect our environment just by walking into it. No, if anybody's gonna put a price on my ass, it's gonna be me. Okay, that because y'all ain't. No, you're not parceling out my abilities and my power. You done lost your mind. So I don't care what you paying these other people. Oh, we can't, girl, hush. Then what you need to do is go get somebody else. I'm not her. You can deny people access. I can work with people I can't stand. God knows, I got to bring God into it because I'm getting ready to say white women. God knows the dang crossroad demons that I have worked with over the years. Girl, when I tell you, but you're not getting access. Girl, I'm not smiling for you. Oh, look, you don't have a smile on your face.
People think they can command our emotions at will.
Oh, I just love talking to you because, my husband does this and my kids, I'm so afraid of them. My 9-year-old was standing over me with a knife. Hooker, girl, I'm working. I know. You get to deny people access to you. They don't get to have full access to you. They have no right to it. You're the only one who ought to be deciding which parts, or if any, that you're going to allow people access to. You see what I'm saying? So he says, for example, you can harass an enemy who is taking it easy, starve them out if they are well supplied, or force them to move if they're quietly encamped. So if you reverse this and you pull in Project 2025, where they have every intention for us Black women of being in relationship, because they're saying we've mistreated the fathers. And we need to let them back in our homes. I don't care what they did to us and our children. And actually, we shouldn't even be voting. That's why I told y'all when Pearly Ugly Things came out and all these other ones, y'all, they just talking. You just ignore them. You can't, because it's going to be, it becomes a policy. And they violently enforce it. You don't get to talk about me, Hooker. Now you need to be very specific. If y'all don't come talking to me about the Black community, girl, you better separate that out. You can't even talk to me about Black women and Black girls. You must be talking about Black men.
You best not.
With them. But as far as I'm concerned, and Black women, Black girls, absolutely not. No. I hope that makes sense to us, right? Because that's why these people are having a problem. Look, say no. Why is it when you say no, when a Black man rolls up on you, why does he become violent? Why can't he manage his own emotions? And then thus his behaviors. If you rolled up on me and I said no, but then you want to start calling me out of my name, and then you want to escalate to violence, it's happening every day, all day. We can't go to the gas station. We can't go take a walk. 1 in 5 Black women, and this was in 2020, it's increased since then. I mean, was it 2022? 2022. 1 in 5 Black women has been stalked in their life. That's just the ones we reported. You know what happens when somebody has tried to stalk me? Can I tell y'all?
She didn't even say alleged, y'all. She did not say alleged. Not on this.
I'm gonna put that there. Alleged. This is just a story. My daughter, you make it Remember that time that person tried to follow us, and then you turned around and started following him, and then he was like, "Stop following me, you crazy." You don't want to go here. You don't want to do all of that. Because what happens is, for me as an apex predator, sometimes you need monsters to fight monsters. I'm one of them, right? So what happens with me as an apex predator, if I want to exercise that, I actually use it against people who are harming the most vulnerable people: children, Black women, Black girls, LGBTQ community, what we're calling biracial, because now we trying to tell everybody who is Black enough and who ain't, and some other bullshit. First
That's
of
a
all,
whole nother show.
we have all types of children as Black women. And how is it, girl, touch? Okay, stop. You're using the weapons of whiteness against girl, shut up. Shut it. Okay? So the next thing is arrogance. Okay. Now, I don't know how many times throughout my life, you don't want people to think you're arrogant. I don't give a fuck what they think, first of all. But second of all, arrogant indicates, this just shows me you don't know what definitions are. You can't read or comprehend. Arrogant would indicate that I'm not as intelligent as I am, that I'm not as skilled as I am, that I don't have the power that I do, but I'm just trying to fake all of y'all out. It's not arrogance if it's fucking true. If I'm brilliant, if I'm creative, if I'm powerful, that doesn't make me arrogant.
It just is.
It just fucking is. Okay? And side note to the side note is Auntie D will say, okay? We got some side notes over here. That's another thing, Black women. I want y'all to hear me good now.
Let me turn my computer up real quick.
Ava, I didn't see you there. I'm sorry. War against who? They have a war going on against us as Black women, Black girls. Because if we look at all the stats and the numbers, we're being destroyed, and we're sitting ducks because we keep trying to convince people, please don't hurt us. You're hurting us. Please stop. So I'm sorry about that. I didn't see you there. Okay. So, when these people are calling us masculine or not feminine enough, some other crap, okay, I want y'all to keep this in because it's a part of the standards, right? First of all, you don't get to define me. You don't. I already know who I am. I already know what I want, and I can tell you exactly how this shit is going to go. That's why you can't tell me that I'm going to do things that are against my self-body autonomy. Okay. That's the way it is. What they're talking about when they say Black women are too this, Black women are too that. Oh, you want to be independent and fine.
Black women need to be humble.
I'm going to protect you. You need to be humbled and you need to be humiliated because you need to get your and get under my foot and all this other stuff. Girl, shut up. When you say masculine and you ain't feminine enough, some other crap, that's some patriarchal nonsense that don't apply over here. What you're describing when you say I'm independent, you so educated, huh? Oh, you bought a house, huh? Oh, you did this, huh? Oh, you want to celebrate being a single mother. Oh, blah, blah, blah. Stop right there. What you're describing is a great leader. You're not describing somebody who is too masculine, not feminine enough, or vice versa. You are talking about a servant transformational leader. That's what Black women and Black girls do. We don't even have to look around to do it, if we're being honest. What blocks us from it is being violated by other people. What blocks us from it is other people coming on and disparaging us and coming up with propaganda. Jewish people love to talk to you about the Holocaust. Well, one of the things they did was, of course, we all know they learned it from here, from the US, but they did the same thing that the United States did to Black people and indigenous people here. They came up with, oh, here's why they deserve to be wiped out. Here's why they deserve to be enslaved.
Isabella Wilkerson's Caste is the book y'all want to read about
Caste,
how the Confederacy taught the Nazis how to roll. That's the book to read.
And she goes back. The author of Caste goes back in history, and she brings all of these things forward. Okay, she gives you all of these examples. So, what it is because they don't read and comprehend. They feel like they wake up mediocre on their best day. They do understand the basics of defining someone as a certain thing, and then that gives them the justification to do whatever violent thing and cruel and unusual thing they want to us. And by all the data and the stats for 405 years, that's exactly what they've done. Okay, so so as he speaks on arrogance, he goes, this can make them arrogant, the other people arrogant or careless, right? And they may underestimate you or dismiss you as an opponent. So they can war on your body all day because they understand that they've been working for 405 years to condition you and make sure that we accept being willing prey. Because everything in our history as Black women says that we will whoop your ass. We don't war. A goddess born does not war simply because. You actually have to be doing something harmful to us. But on the other hand, we don't have to do anything to you but breathe, be laughing out loud. So laughing out loud is the reason for you to call the police on us? Dancing. If black women got up and was dancing in a restaurant, I don't care where we are, it's dancing. Who in the hell? Why would you need to call police? For what? Because we cannot have any type of Black woman joy. We cannot have any type of Black girl happiness. They cannot have peace, because if they do, they might remember who the hell they really are. I'm just saying. So when they are arrogant, they will be in a better position for you to attack. That's what Trump is experiencing right now with my president Harris. Okay, that's what he's experiencing. Now that's an arrogant motherfucker, because he ain't got a lick of sense. The boy don't have two brain cells between. Girl, he don't. And he's the perfect model of Henry VIII. Okay, but he was nowhere near. He's nowhere near.
Wait a minute. Did we just insult Henry VIII like that? Because Henry VIII actually managed to get more done. I
said that he was nowhere near as smart, but also Henry VIII, like today, was surrounded by white women. That's who was making the policy.
That's true.
So I don't want y'all to get this twisted. Okay. So again, that's what's happening with Trump. He is just done. How she just unintelligent. You sound crazy. Well, you're not crazy, you just white, but I'm just saying. Okay. So number 5, foreknowledge. Sun Tzu says that it's important to have foreknowledge of a potential enemy. So I don't know what you any of us think. People online saying that Black women are committing genocide if we vote for Harris in the United States.
I haven't seen that yet.
What,
I believe you, but I'm like, I've seen some dumb stuff, but I haven't seen that. That's deep.
So the very women who called out Israel, because every one of y'all was afraid to call them out, because you can't say shit about Jewish people. Right? I don't care where they from. Huh? I'm not even talking about the actual Hebrews. I'm talking about what they call, what's the name? Jews.
Ashkenazic.
Converts. European white folks that converted to Judaism. Okay. So you can't say shit about them. Because you know what? They got standards. He said you can't say nothing about
high
us.
standards.
You can't say nothing about us. There's going to be consequences as soon as you do. And that's exactly what they do. So having foreknowledge of your enemy really means you ought to know who they are and how they operate. When I keep telling us we need to listen to people's behaviors, if it don't match up with what they say, okay, it's very easy to detect behavioral patterns if you can reject your programming that they've done through violence with us as Black women and the conditioning that we have. If you do that, right, then you will be able to not only know who you are and what you want, you will see how they operate. It is a behavioral pattern. What have we said? 1 might be an incident. 2 might be a coincidence. But girl, if you hitting 3,
that's a behavior.
That's a behavioral pattern.
Y'all learn that in Auntie Love Self-Confidence for Women course now. I'm just going to put that plug out there. Y'all learn it.
And I actually show you how to watch people's behavior. If anybody goes back or you share this, I want y'all to, I want to give y'all a special little assignment, Black women. I want you to go back and I want you to watch my facial expressions. See how I have my hand right now? This is practiced. Because what this body language I'm giving you right now, right, tells you is she's powerful. Have one finger up. That indicates that I'm powerful. The other thing is my head generally leans to the left. That's intellect. Usually when people's heads lean to the right, that's them telling you they're cute. Don't you think I'm cute? Mm-hmm. In just a few seconds, actually it's microseconds, all I got to do is understand somebody's baseline. So I'll ask them some general, how you doing? And blah, blah, blah. And people will answer in a norm, how they normally answer. But when you start asking them questions that are more probing, they can't catch their face in time. They don't even realize they're doing it. I've been practicing this for years on my own face. That's why it's hard to detect, or I'm being very open about what I'm saying. right? And then my behavior matches it. That's how you can tell that, okay, I don't like what the hell this girl is saying, this woman saying, I don't like it at all. But one thing you can trust is if they have to say something, okay, you can
If she
trust.
tells you to stop, drop, and roll and then run, please believe that she means it. Just do it. And
You can
run in a
trust it.
zigzag packet. I'm telling you.
That's not gonna help you anymore, girl. I got left and right, girl.
Oh
I'm
Lord,
working on,
no!
working on that.
Never mind. She got
Girl,
both now. Never mind.
it's not
Never
gonna
mind.
help.
Just don't roll up.
I
If
try
she
to give
says don't roll up, just don't.
I try to give
Okay.
these people a chance. Okay.
Okay. Don't roll up. You heard it. She got both. She called a 9 mm 380 with both hands. That just don't. But if she says it,
I'm just telling you. I'm just saying. Okay. So when in foreknowledge, like we said, the next thing is you can use secret agents to obtain information. Okay. You can. Right. But we don't sit back and listen to people's behaviors. We don't. Because we're so conditioned to listen to what's coming out of somebody's mouth. That doesn't match up with their behaviors at all. And we're conditioned to go, oh, I forgive them. Or I didn't see what I saw. Or I would give them the benefit of the doubt. Isn't that what we've been taught? Mm-hmm. And if you're wearing a certain name tag, then you should automatically be believed. Absolutely not. That's why I trained my children, especially my goddess-born daughter, that you need to watch my behaviors. Let's start here in our home. I'm telling you, you need to watch my behaviors and see how they match up with what I say. Because I'm going to want you to apply that everywhere you go. Now, the goddess-born daughter, girl, she can detect whatever it is like that. Because that's what she was cultivated into. The same, same things that I learned, put into a process. I call it agape intelligence, AI. So the very same things that I put into the process so that I could build classes like the self-confidence for Black woman class, the vetting classes that are coming through. The first one's up. I'm still working on the platforming the second one. But she's able to do that without much thought anymore because it's just a part of how she was cultivated. So she will sit back and just watch people's behavior. She understands that wherever she goes, people are going to behave. If you get out of their way and you just watch them, you'll know everything you need to know. And I taught her to keep records, to keep files on people. Even we stole this word. Even our mental palace, we have files. We might not use them right now, but we've been clocking it. So that way we can predict what you're gonna do. The reason that these people feel they can predict what you're going to do, that is Black women being willing prey, is because they know they've conditioned you for 405 years and they've used both classical conditioning and operant conditioning, reward and punishment, mostly punishment on our bodies and on the bodies of our children or on the bodies of any children, because for us, we really can't tolerate children being done like that.
Doesn't matter who they are.
Like, we don't care who the child is, right? We can't. It's not. No, absolutely not. So he says, you can look for agents who are greedy, who are ambitious, or have been mistreated, as they may be more susceptible to flattery or persuasion. Now, I'm going to tell y'all a big old secret, okay, that maybe it's not a secret to some people, but you know, it's just us Black women, okay? We all know I can't do crossroad demons. I don't even do that anymore. I get physically ill. Okay. Like I got physical. No. But, and that's because of the violence that they've attempted to enact over decades in my own personal life and with people that I love and I care about. Right. And at this stage, in this pace, do y'all really honestly think that I'm not behind the scenes influencing certain white women? The question is, why aren't you? Oh, they don't have access to me. But I look for patterns and behavior, because what I realized is I don't need to have a huge platform. I just need the other people that do. Black women, you have the same capability. You do. Because one, this is something learned. What I'm telling you now is something learned. Okay? You have this ability, Black women. And me and Auntie D, we keep giving you these things. But what happens is we fall right back into, oh, Black men, they won't listen. And oh, this Black man kept coming out here saying this, and now this woman's saying that, and blah, blah, blah. Girl. Okay, and how are we going to stop these people from raping our daughters? Where's your plan? How have you prepared? How have you prepared your child to whoop somebody's ass? Have you given them the tools to be able to observe people's behaviors, listen to their behaviors, and believe they're in their own intuition? Because that's another thing. They've worked really hard to separate us from our own intuition. And we are very powerful about intuition. Come on, Black women. Y'all are the most amazing beings. I can't, like, every time I'm like, oh my God, we cannot have this. Y'all are such wonderful and beautiful and incredible God creators. I can't. Y'all are amazing.
And we don't have to, because now we get to flip the script. You see how Auntie Love explained how people have used the art of war on us? Now we're going to flip that script and go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And then we're going to talk about, okay, how do we break this down to our lives? Okay, and it's okay. Yeah, we started a little late, so we got to go a little bit over. But let me flip this script. Auntie Love just explained to you how the art of war is being used on us. Now we're going to flip that script over. Okay, foreknowledge. Auntie Love just gave you all the foreknowledge you ever need of the people who are using this on us. But when you learn how to observe behaviors, you automatically have more knowledge of anyone else than they have of you if they are not observing behaviors. All you got to do is watch them. And the thing about Americans, people who are thoroughly Americanized, they're loud and they're bold. You know, somebody dropped a link of Project 2025 too early because they thought they could do that. And that gave us time for myself, Auntie Love. We were actually out in front of a lot of other people. And then, of course, Representative Jasmine Crockett came along, and Joy Reid came along, and all these other people on the train, because, you know, it's Auntie Love's daughter, Black Women Start Trends. And that's why she and I are being messed with on both our channels, because there's a price to be paid, but that's all right, y'all, worth it. They're loud. they will tell you who they are, and that goes to number 4. Black men, white women think they're superior. Arrogance. How you gonna come from me and be superior to me? But because they're arrogant, that also goes back to number 1. All warfare is based on deception. They're already self-deceived. This is why black women can't lose when they understand. We can't use the stuff we use once we understand. Since your enemies are already self-deceived and think you are inferior, you use that to let them sit there and think that while you use your foreknowledge of who they are and what they're doing to be able to knock the stuffing out from under them before they even know what's happening because they don't think you can. I have encountered white women who have told me I could come in by the back door. Do you know that they paid for the privilege to leave by the time me and the other black folks that I was working with were done with them? She back in Georgia crying now. She only lost out on $60 million for the foolery. But she thought she could. Her little boss, I peep game on him. I said, has anybody ever told you resemble Robert E. Lee? He giggled like a girl and turned pink. I'm like, oh, okay. All right. I know who we dealing with now. 5, foreknowledge. 5, foreknowledge. You just told me who y'all were. You thought that was a compliment. Lee was handsome enough, but when you're a Confederate pinup, that's not a compliment from a black woman. But if you don't know, then I don't know. Now I gotta do is watch how you operate. Your little second is up here talking about you can come in by the back. Okay. All right. You about to lose a certain amount of money. They figures behind the foolery, but you thought you could. So once I knew who I was dealing with, number 5, and once I realized they were stuck in number 4, then that meant that all I had to do was do what I could do when we talk about advantages. They thought they had the advantage. They thought they could take it easy. They had no idea I was going to go through all the boxes of the stuff they left behind and find the stuff that they didn't shred because they thought they were good. They thought they were quietly encamped. They had no idea. Then we finally hired a private investigator and got paid well to finish the job. But so that's sometimes how it is. A black woman carries the ball and then other people carry it to the gate to get the credit. But I'm just saying, a lot of black women carry the ball. Myself and another administrator. She was the one who had all those boxes moved. I could go through it. So they thought they were encamping. Then we got this extra warfare material to do number 3. Then we rolled back on number 2. Now they were way out ahead of us. They were like a year and a half ahead of us in this particular community fight. But because they were arrogant and self-deceived, they didn't know we were coming that hard. They had the advantage. And then suddenly we had that information. We were out ahead of them. And we never took our foot off the gas again. Finally, we offered them an advantage. We'll let you settle. We're basically going to get together with your white enemies and basically kind of drive you out of town because they mad at you too. But we won't put your name in the street if you pay us so much and get out of Dodge. Which is why I'm not going to put their name in the street because we agreed we wouldn't. But 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Figure out who your opponents are. If you're a black woman, they all think they're smarter than you. They're not. They're arrogant. They're self-deceived. They're already deceived. So they ain't going to see it. When you start rolling up, they think they're comfortable and secure and that you can't do nothing to them. They can think that. They can think that. But no, when you decide you're going to get the information necessary, and then they think they have the advantage, you can be so out in front of them that by the time they get ready to leave and lose their little $60 million project and be up there crying somewhere in another southern state because they can't have it move away. I forgot to mention the person who was a Trump supporter who did the audit backwards too at the same time. Now he did get put in the win. It was not a good situation for him. For him. Why did we do all this? Because it was a 10-year fight so that my black girl student could go to Tuskegee on a full ride because we got community control of those resources. Okay? Black women can win when we apply the steps to win. So you're getting your foreknowledge dose right now from Auntie Love and I. Now, Auntie Love is a veteran of more battles than I am. Look, I know that we talk a whole lot about undefeated champions that are black men. Y'all just need to just kind of go do your reading. You'll find out that Auntie Love is not uncommon as undefeated champion. There's a gentleman, there's a queen, Her Majesty Queen Amani Rinas, the only African person who ever just beat white folks to death in the days of the Roman Empire. Had the audacity to just roll up talking about, okay, Caesar Augustus, I'm sending you these golden arrows. Because if you actually do the right thing, these are just a gift to you. If you don't do the right thing, from anyway, because you sure enough gonna need them. Hannibal next door did the best he could in Carthage. Got beat. Asdrubal, his father, did the best he could. Got beat. Black women didn't get beat. Nzinga didn't get beat. Shepsut didn't get beat. There are so many more. We got smack done. We can get, okay, Harriet Tubman didn't get beat. When she got tired, well, she got hit in the head one time, and that actually damaged her for life. But that was the last time. We have to understand. You can apply, since these people insist on telling us who they are, who they want to do, and are so arrogant to think they can just get up and do it. They've already given you Sun Tzu background where, okay, you arrogant, then you can be deceived. And if you're going to deceive yourself, I don't even have to bother to do it. All I got to do is figure out who you are and where I need to hit you. And you just going to sit there. That's the other thing about President Trump. This now happened to him twice in a row. He thought in 2020, he didn't foresee bombing COVID-19 and being dumb enough to just let that go and thinking he didn't have to be bothered with it. Really, that beat him more than Joe Biden did, honesty. But see, he didn't think he had to do anything, because it's a conversation for another day. But one old white man is not going to solve the problems of another one. Just understand that that's not what's going on. Okay, just know. So here he is rolling hard, thinking because he had one debate performance that he was good. And Joe Biden was like, watch this. I'm going to hand you a problem you don't know how to deal with. Let me hand you a biracial black woman real quick. See what you can do with that. You want to have, you just talk about, you trying to beat me to get your little revenge, European revenge fantasies on. No, man, ain't going to be no gata damarong for nobody but you. Which lets me also just bring this in here. Why do we need to learn as black women before we turn to rolling out on what you need to do, consider for yourself and the children dependent on you, and then roll them out and work with black women, like mine? Understand, European myth requires a Ragnarok and a twilight of the gods. In European myth, the world ends by them warring with each other and destroying every living thing. So if they can't win, they're going to break things down. The Confederacy, in addition to Jim Crow, also went to barn burning, their own barns. They began burning down their own plantations for insurance money. In addition to all the stuff they were doing to us in Jim Crow, they also had a massive amount of violence against white people at the end of that. Hitler's second to last or third to last order. He had already said in 1944, if Germany cannot conquer, she deserves to be destroyed. It wasn't Stalin that gave the order. Hitler gave the order to destroy everything that the enemy could use to build itself up. But that also would have meant every single German who would survive would probably starve to death. It was not the enemy that ordered it, because at the end, in the Confederacy and Nazism, the people who believed it became their own worst enemies. So even if we managed to defeat Friday 2045 and January 27, you need to understand that you need to have these kind of skills, because European history says even if they go down, their mythology says take the world with you. That's what their myth says. So this is foreknowledge, step 5. And they're arrogant enough to think that we just gonna let them roll this out. That's step 4. But it also means you got step 1. You know now. You have the advantage. Don't go back and listen to your favorite content creator and just get mad. You have the advantage. Don't turn back. And then timing. You know it's August, people. All the stuff that Auntie Love gave you is a baseline for today. When 20% of white people, more than 20% of white people, 20% of the United States population can't get the little overgrown orange tan messiah in the office, you're going to live in a country that they're going to be looking for revenge. So if you're in certain states already as a black woman, because they're not going to be able to get to President Harris, you're going to be the standard. And if you pay attention, even on social media, you see this already picking up. I have people acting fool on my page that I have never seen in these numbers before. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is your foreknowledge. The people you're up against are arrogant and therefore self-deceived. That means you can do warfare based on deception. You have time. You have the advantage. That's why Auntie Love and I are both not feeling the greatest today. As you see me up here sneezing and going on, and her wonderful husband bought her some tea and all the rest. And this is why we can't do a 6-hour live with you today, because no, let's see, we not do that to you today. But the next step is, how do you do this for yourself? And whether you are in this position or someone you love is a phone call away. Let me just introduce this last section this way. We said at the beginning, you were in a war. Even if you're secure, Auntie Love and I right now are both sitting in good positions. They're not people threatening us at this moment. But we can pick up that phone at any time and some Black woman we know. So if it isn't us, and I've been through this, I had a mentee who was being abused by her own father. Thankfully, she had Black women she could call. I've gotten those phone calls. Just because Father Matthews got real mad when someone suggested I should be aborted, not everybody gets real mad and was like, no. That's why he's still mad about this article that he remembered. It triggered that memory. He's mad about it. He's not happy that OGBYN rolled up and tried to get rid of me. He's like, you gotta be kidding me. You're not doing it to my children. You're not doing it to my grandchildren. You're not doing it to my generation. But I'm just saying, all Black men are not on that page.
Yeah.
So either you or someone you know. And if Project 2025 becomes policy in certain states, for all intents and purposes, your Black women friends and relatives are already in this position. Okay? So first of all, what would you do for yourself in terms of, well, we probably should start with education. I'm gonna say it again. Will y'all please just roll up on Auntie Love and just get the course. Just get it. Just get it. You may not be able to use some other information. You're gonna have to pay her what she's worth. Stop arguing about it and just do it. Or budget for it, but get it done before the election. Education. Find some good books. Auntie Love has some great recommendations. There's some good channels that are going to teach you the history of Black women and how we can win. So you can get your mind right. Then you need to look at self-defense resources. And that's going to look different in every state. I live in a state, in a city where you don't have CC or open. You just can't do it. It's very, very difficult to have any kind of weapon. So I got to figure out what I'm going to do with my hiking poles. But fortunately, I had people who were informing me, if you need to fight with those, this is how you do it. Okay? So what does that look like? What does that look like for your children?
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Then there's financial resources.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there's a lot of things you can do. There's all kinds of, there's job, but on your job, you're going to have people continuing to spiral. But once you learn investment, and what I teach is crypto, I teach you how to get that Bitcoin money, which people don't necessarily know you have, and that you can sell out for money around the world. Once you learn how to manage financial resources that you keep to yourself and don't have the other people, remember, deception. Not everybody needs to know what you have. Then if you need to get out, where are you going? Have you thought about it? Who are you going to call? Who are you calling? Sonia Massey, if she were here, would tell you. You kind of need to know who your local police are before you call them. If she was here, she would tell you. What are your networks? What are your networks of Black women? I mentioned my student. Well, she had me, and she had the wife of her other teacher to call. So and then we had the anti-Black women, male worshiping Black men. We had that whole situation going on too, and I had to ball one of them people out. It was not cute. It was not safe for that person. I haven't spoken to her since then, and I'm just kind of like, no, we just can't. So the two of us had to figure out, and then her well-vetted interracial relationship family, which also goes into vetted, because remember who wrote Project 2025, and also understand that one of the people that support that is a gentleman named Ben Shapiro. Shapiro is a Jewish name. So please understand. Now, on one hand, you do have Goldman Sachs, $10 billion in loans for 1 million Black women. You do have situations like that. Vetted, nobody talks about this better than Black women making money on YouTube. Vetted multicultural networks, but you still need to watch behaviors. I need my divestment and hypergamy sisters to lean in. Auntie Love is married to, we call him Mr. White Privilege, affectionately. The gentleman who made sure that his wife had what she needed so she could continue to go, because we're going to be about hour 3 before we're done. Vetted, because again, remember how I said the Confederates and the Nazis ended their run. When they could not triumph, they looked to destroy everything of value in their path just so the enemy, who they define as their enemy, would not get it. In the United States, if Vice President Harris becomes President Harris, understand that all 18 million Black women will be subject, and the way it is now, that's going to ratchet up. So vetted multicultural networks. Let me just break that down a little bit more. You need a Black woman who's about something to vouch for everybody up in there. That's basically what you need. And you need to get vetting 101, and you need to take that and watch behaviors. But it is important because some people do understand the value of Black women who are not in the community. They know, some people know who we are historically. Not everyone, and they realize it's to their advantage. See, that's the, Auntie Love, we probably need to do a show about the ins and outs of the Black wife effect, just so people are aware of. There is some shadow making behavior in that, and then there's ways that we worked at our advantage. And of course, you have expertise on that yourself in your personal life. And that's not something I can actually cover, except from the point of view of looking at who my business partners are and who understands how to bring mutual value. There is a certain, how should we say this? You can see certain things of that nature. Although really, well, that's a different story, but I'm saying that's a different show. But what I'm saying is I need y'all especially to be careful right now. Do not think that if it so be that you have white men telling you to your face, I don't even want you to vote if you don't have kids. I have 60% of us are involved in writing Project 2025 and Agenda 47. Vetted multicultural networks are important. And understand, just like Mr. Covarrubias on my channel proved today, every brown-skinned person is not your friend. There are a whole other group of people who expect that they're going to be in a higher position than us and do not want Vice President Harris to become president because they're going to be told what to do by a biracial Black woman. They're not trying to do all that. So you have to know for yourself, if you needed to go right now because you're not safe, okay, how are you going to defend yourself? Where is a safe place for you to go? Who are you going to call? What finances you have? This is your point to shore those things up. And when you have them shored up for you, then you make sure that any Black young people, we're going to say little Black girls right now, if you have little Black children, period, of over a certain age, because there's too many Black girls, 12, 13, 14, 15, who are becoming victims of their peers, unfortunately. So there begins to be a division at pre-adolescence. We had children as young as 9 and Black boys thinking they could go into the bathroom and look under the girls' skirts. I'll just tell y'all that didn't last long, but they thought culturally this is what they could do. That didn't go well for them. But I'm just saying, just culturally, there's a reason we emphasize Black girls. Now, Auntie Love, of course, God is born. An extra reason, but it's a practical reason. There's things that happen to Black girls that don't happen to Black boys on average. Then you make sure you have enough to make sure you get your girls out in particular, but your little children in general. And then once you have these things shored up for yourself and any children who are dependent on you, I probably should mention Black woman elders who are no longer able to care for themselves on behalf of my mother. It's like when I think about the next big earthquake and how we get out of the house, I don't have to not only think about how I get out and how my dad is still basically able to get out, but we have to set up our evacuation plans for well-being. because he and I are gonna be pretty much gonna climb over whatever we need to climb over. It's a little bit different for her. So we look at, okay, who are our Black woman elders? And then once we've done that, then we're ready for the phone call. Because like I said, you are one good phone call away from either you've got it figured out or that person you care about can die. This is where we are in this country. And whether you know it or not, you can step out of your house and step right out into the same conversation. In my neighborhood, I'll tell you what Black men are. Either they're honorable men like my father, who did the right thing by their wives and the kids and are held in honor, or they are, there's a few that are going about their gainful business, but the rest are beggars. They resent me so much. I stepped out of the house and, just going about my business. And this man just started muttering under his breath. But the spirit said, cross the street and leave her alone. I also had both my hiking poles too. But literally, all I did was step out of my house. I've been crossing the street in my neighborhood, and some of these men that have a little bit more of these scooters have tried to scare me by trying to run me down. Because I was talking to another Black woman homeowner, and we were just enjoying our day. I've been in the park and made it my business to be a half mile away. Some poor Black man got put out and was talking about F her and blah, 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 blah. I mean, just having a whole fit. Now, you've been put out. The police station is like right around the corner, so there's only so much you can do. I'm like, yep, let me reverse course real quick because I do not need to be the second Black woman that he sees, okay? These are things that you have to think about for yourself. So let me go through it again. Self-defense. I cannot have the kind of weaponry that Auntie Love is legally here, but I do have two things. I can give you a heck of a punch if I let you get that close, because I got some range on you. So I've thought about how I'm gonna do this. I have taught y'all how to do financial resources. Mm-hmm. There's more things. Like I'm going to be talking about cyclical assets on my channel very soon, because I'm going to give you this for free. Chocolate stocks. Now, chocolate stocks are money being made off your people anyway, because a lot of chocolate is produced in West Africa, and you know who's growing it. So you try to find companies that use fair trade chocolate. Let me just put that out there. Buy chocolate September 30th and sell it on Good Friday. It's not financial advice, just an observation, because Halloween, Christmas, Valentine's Day, St. Patrick's Day, and Easter comes in there. And once you learn how cycles work, observation, not financial advice. Airline stocks go up at the holidays and also in the summertime. Those are called cyclical assets. So it's not just your job, you're learning how to work as a capitalist. Educational resources. I'm going to say it again. Please go get Auntie Love's course and start listening to Black women content creators who will teach you about your own history. Obviously, Auntie Love and I both cover this issue, and there's some other ones. Retrain your mind. And please, Level Up Single Mom has done beautiful videos about please stop listening to people that just have you mad and don't offer you any solutions. I'm not going to name names today, but that doesn't mean that's not going to happen, because I'm getting pretty tired of this. Now that they're going to take their I'm just going to leave everybody without an excuse. Please stop. Fill your mind with Black women winning. Okay? Financial. Then where are you going? Who are your Black woman networks? Do you know what Black women are running in your locale so that you have a place to go? Because Sister Girl over here was running this, and I was running this over here. We were able to get baby girl out of that situation. We were able to help her get out of that situation. And then she had also multicultural network. She had fallen in love with a good man of another race, and her family was able to kick in more financial resources. She's now married into that family, and these Black girls are so brilliant, they won't even let me breathe. This child's covers got picked up by Erykah Badu. I haven't even put that in the window. I'm like, these Black women not let me breathe. But when we were able to do what we needed to do to get her out, and of course her family knows. Her husband knows me. He about as tall as a wall, and I'm all up in his business. I said, thank you for treating her well, and I really appreciate it. And just to let you know, I didn't say it to him, but he understood. I be watching. I know what's going on. Yeah, I'm watching. I know who you think your family is. That's fine. I happen to know a Jewish man named Jesus Christ, so I don't play with me. don't mess with her. But you do not want us for her to come back to me crying about your behavior. See, this is not. I'm just saying they did the job. It's been several years now, so she's thriving. She's being supported. So you need to have networks vetted. VTTED, please go take the vetting course. She's gonna teach you to vet folks like the CIA vets folks. You need that if you're going to deal with other people in 2025. Okay? Store these things up for you. How are we going to protect Black women? Each of you commit to protecting yourself as best you can. Having your resources, having your network. Make sure the little girls who are attracted to you have this. And if they're itty bitty boys, obviously little boys, little children need to be protected overall. When people get old enough to make their own bad decisions, that's a different situation. Sometimes, alas, you have to. It's just like I wish we could get to 12 and be able to have this conversation, but the culture is very pervasive. But we're just gonna say children. Make sure you protect the children that are not capable yet of making their own decisions. And then as you get up toward 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, definitely lean on what your girls need because the culture your boys are being raised in. Now, of course, Auntie Love has some tips for you to let that boy know what he can and cannot do. You can enact standards in your own home no matter what he's being told by somebody else. You can do that. But make sure your children are good as far as it lies with you. Then you can be ready for the phone calls from your Black friend, your Black woman friend who may be in this situation. So where does it begin? We're not going to be able to wake up in the morning and just start from nothing and protect all 18 million of us. And Black women globally, this is more like 900 million of us, okay? And I think a lot of times we shut down on this conversation about what we can do because we start thinking about that big number. Okay, start with yourself. Get yourself shored up, okay? Education, self-defense. Auntie Love talks about infrastructure. Education, self-defense, finances, networks. Just take those four with you as you go. Work on that for you. Make sure you focus on getting yourself secured. If you need to leave that no good man, then you need to work out, okay, again, deception. He thinks that you're under his skin. He thinks that you're good. He thinks he's doing fine. Fine. Number 4, Sun Tzu. Number 1, warfare is based on deception. And sometimes just retreat is part of warfare. And people are usually self-deceived because of their arrogance, right? So you may need to figure out your self-defense options. I think QB is working on some ideas about how I forget what it is, and I'm not going to misquote it, but I know she's got a self-protection journey. I know she's designing some beautiful bags for us and things like that. If memory serves, she's involved in that process. We have people in our own circle who are developing things to assist us in being cute. Auntie Love says cute and lethal. Okay? You don't necessarily need to know. You have a right to your own money to put it to the side and do whatever you want. You have your right to reach out to Black woman organizations around you and find out where is safe space. And here's the thing. Remember, advantages in time. You do not tell your enemy when and where you're going. Let them stay stupid. Let them stay stupid.
One of the things that Sun Tzu says that we've done, I feel like we've done it really well, and I really want us to hear me good, Black women, is says, thus the highest realization of warfare is to attack the enemy's plans.
Yes.
So last year, around this time, maybe a little bit before, we had already gotten Project 2025, the PDF, and Miss D and I were climbing through it, right? I'm talking about last year.
Yeah.
And this goes to show you, if Black women were willing to have hurt us, and then we turn around this year, we've been talking about it since last year.
Yep,
while we were diving deep into just what Sun Tzu says here. The highest realization of warfare is to attack the enemy's plan. That's what we've been doing. Basically, if it's not something sensationalized or something to kiki about or some other something, I don't know, then because I've heard Black women over time, in my family, just globally, actually. I've had Black women over the years go, well, you want too much from us. You know, we're tired. We don't want to be thought of as strong Black women anymore. I don't like it when people go, stop. I'm not trying to get you to get with or not with the stereotypes of other people. I don't care what they think or don't think about you or me. Okay? Really, the only people making that shit relevant is the people who are going around with the stereotype and those of us accepting it. I don't accept it. It's that simple. It's that there's no big mystery to it. I don't accept the rules of a patriarchy. Simple. Oh, but you got to, because that's the law. Who wrote that? Santa Claus? That little green dude? What? The white rabbit? Help me out. I don't know
which green dude. Oh, leprechaun. I got it. It took me a second.
I don't know which one of them did it, but I'm just telling you. And that's about how much it's worth to me. You don't have to get with a stereotype. You don't have to work to prove yourself against the stereotype. You get to create your own boundaries that are coupled with consequences. But I'm telling you, one of the most frustrating things to me is hearing people say, oh, well, everybody's not like you. I never told you you needed to be. What? When did I tell you you need to be like me? You don't need to be like me. What does that got to do? Girl, stop. Yeah, honestly, some of y'all as who are Black women, who are anti-Black women and Black girl, sound just like a damn white woman. Shut up. Okay? Hey, the Isle of Man is free. Yes, it's on the map. Please, God, between there and Antarctica, all y'all get together and just go. Okay, I don't give a damn.
Okay? I hadn't thought about it that way.
So I'm telling you, if you don't want to prepare yourself or you don't want to do whatever that is, girl, don't. Whatever, okay? You were told. You could either take it or leave it, okay? But I want to show you guys something really quick. Okay, I just got my new issue of Concealed Carry. Wait. Okay, can y'all see that?
Okay, glare. Okay, got it. Okay, that's good.
Wait, you guys got it? Okay. So, this issue, just got it a day ago. These are the, USCCA. So I want y'all to remember this because, Auntie D has been so great at giving us information on building our fiscal selves, right? She has a best-selling book, people. It's just not, girl. If
it's only this big. It's okay.
My daughter has. I funded it. Girl, why is my daughter still? She making money. She taking all y'all money that y'all could have been making. But I digress. But anyway, I opened this thing up. Oh, everybody's not. We're afraid of blah blah blah. I asked them because I'm like, why do y'all have such a problem, like, with self-protection? I don't, because honestly, it's the way my brain processes things. The simplest thing goes over my head. Like, I don't get it. No, I really don't. I'm not trying to be funny. I really don't. Like Auntie D could tell you, like, I have to come to her and I'm like, that doesn't even make sense. And she has to, like, she'll take it and then she'll complicate it for me just so, okay. It's got to be complicated and so crazy, So she has, I just it's something about the way I process, because we all process differently. But when I get this thing, because I'll be like, oh, what's this one? Oh my God, I need that. Armor? Shut up. Okay. I ain't gonna be wearing armor. It's too hot. But anyway, this issue, they are talking about every single solitary damn thing that can happen if basically white supremacists war in the streets.
Foreknowledge, step 5.
Conceal carriers. Side note to the side note, USCCA, is that what them? USCCA.
Yeah, USCCA.
They are
United States Concealed Carry Association. Yes,
they are one of the groups who provides self-defense insurance. Like I've said, we don't know nothing about that. We know about flood insurance, house insurance, rental insurance, all these car insurance, all that. But you don't hear about self-defense insurance because they don't need for you to know that. They use it. And when I tell you, it's like between 12, depending on what you're doing, it or whatever, it's between 12 or what you want in it, $12 a month and up.
You know what? We do know about it, but we didn't realize we were told. For any of you that watched The Purge, and at the end of The Purge, everybody did all the stuff that they did, and the survivors just had to pretend like it never happened. The survivors had self-defense insurance. You just didn't know that was what was going on. So when you have self-defense insurance, and I learned about this because Auntie Love pointed it out to me, you got bond and they work with law enforcement for you and all this other stuff, which is how certain people can do the purge and face no consequences, and you can't. They in that movie at the end, they actually told you what was going on. But see, step 5, Auntie Love just told you this is how. If they can class it as self-defense, then they pay that little $12 a month and their problems go away.
That's right. And so what has happened when this is something that is in the minds of Black women because it's true, right? What happens is, those laws are a lot of United States laws are really built around white land ownership as opposed to ensuring that they can capitalize off of every part of everybody else's body. Okay, so they got this self-defense insurance. Me and Mr. White Privilege over here. Okay. Oh, we all in class, and he's sitting here talking about, oh, you didn't know that? Say something else. Say something else. Okay. I want you to say one more thing. Okay.
We need him.
You can't take the two of us nowhere because we be everywhere laughing our asses off. He's like, what? You didn't know? So I said, girls, guns in here, don't start with me, man. Don't even. Okay.
We need him to stop trying to put mayonnaise in the cake. That's what we need.
Play game. Look, girl, when he said that, girl,
we need him to quit that.
And we were I was, how I do. I'm very calculated in what I do. No matter what y'all basically see me do, it's very rare that it's not a calculated move. Whether it's you see me cleaning my pews, right? If y'all notice something, I never talk about incendiary things while I'm doing videos with my pews.
Yep.
That's purposeful.
That is a pattern. And I understand where that comes from.
Yeah. But if a picture is worth 1,000 words, what is a video worth? So when you come in and I've let people know, you don't get to come here and say none of that shit. I don't give a fuck what you think. oh, this is a free country. I can say what I want. No, the fuck you can't, not here.
Not here.
Oh, you can say it, but there's consequences. So I'm sorry, you what? But what I'll just be like, oh, okay. So they went through, they got Personal Security Foundation. That's talking about us, how we secure ourselves. What to do? You know, which EDC, which is everyday carry, what I normally carry comfortably, you know, as my concealed carry, right? So we all know I'm carrying two. I switch them out, but I'm carrying. It's always two now, right? So they got vehicle EDCs, home invasion equation. Okay, just in case, you know, the United States government or somebody try to come and purge in your house. They got that. I found this very interesting. Self-defense against mobs. That's one of the articles. Let me see. There was something. Where was that? Oh, yeah. The Personal Security Foundation. I want y'all to hear something just really quick. It's not rocket science. It's none of that. Because usually when I get these magazines, girl, they're talking about, oh, this is a new, you know, pew pew out. Oh, check this out. Oh, it's got cuts. It's got this. It's got that. Right? Oh, get this kind of ammo. Here's what it does to a body. Okay. I want you to listen to the violent ass white boys, because I love me a violent ass white boy, because they love to teach some black women some shit. Oh, hi. Yeah.
If you vet the right one, it's important.
Oh, we going to the lanes. I can tell as soon as I walk in that you need your ass kicked, but I don't need to care. Listen, I'm gonna need you to bend the knee. Come on, garçon.
Go.
Okay.
I have heard garçon for years.
Give a damn what you think about me. You better get your ass over here and make sure I could do all this shit. Okay. So they said 12 keys to situational awareness. That's what they teach you first thing in concealed carry classes. Is situational awareness. You know, Black women, I've heard so many young Black women, older Black women, whatever, because we're afraid to look, you know, Black men's or whoever in the eye, because we don't want them walking up on us. And because they're killing us. They're a threat. They are our enemy. It's not because I made them my enemy. It ain't because any of you made them your enemy. It's because they've chosen that they are going to violate us every chance they get. And then they go out and they tell everybody else, you should too. Okay? You should too. We should just wipe Black women out. Okay? Start all over again. Well, you've done that for thousands of years, Black men. What else is new? Okay? So they said intentional observation, actively observe your surroundings, and they go through the whole thing. Now, something we may not know about me is I may.
Oh, come on, internet. Don't do it. Auntie Love.
Oh, there we are. We're back.
Okay.
In my mind, when they're teaching me something, because can you hear me, Misty?
Yes, I can now.
Misty.
It seems to be clearing up.
Uh-oh.
No.
Okay.
Is it stormy back there still?
So
yeah, it's breaking up.
They trying to act a fool out here. Cyclone. That's why I hadn't gotten stuff.
Oh, that's right. That thing is
because
moving
we
in.
had a yeah. So what they're telling you is they go, your level of heightened awareness should correspond to your current environment. Black women, we're in a hostile environment every time we walk out the door. A lot of us are in a hostile environment when we walk in our door, huh? Because we got the highest rate of DV, highest rate of SA. Black femicide is through the roof. We started off with some of that. So if this is what the most violent people, okay, white women are most violent, but I'm just saying, second most violent people, white men, is telling you this is what they're doing. So while we're sitting around going, oh, we don't want anybody to think that we're masculine or we're not feminine enough, we'll just call the police and let them come and handle it. And blah-de-da. I can almost guarantee you every single Black woman who has been taken out, every one of them probably thought that it can never happen to them.
Or at least never thought
Sandra Bland
that she could.
I don't think Megan Thee Stallion was walking around thinking that little leprechaun would shoot her. Huh?
Mm-mm.
So I'm just telling you guys. All right. So they said you can take some simple measures at home, but I'm gonna give us a caveat, Black women, because we are dealing with the highest numbers of DV. One of the problems that happens here, and it's this top secret that ain't gonna be no secret no more, is that in defending ourselves, okay, let's say we did have a concealed carry at home or something. And I'm gonna give you a hypothetical situation. Whatever Black man's it is, he's doing what he did to Keke Palmer. Okay. And after she gets up and let's say he sits down and he's like, which this boy did. He sits down and he just, what you gonna do about it? Fix me some dinner or some other bullshit. Okay. When that happens and you finally get up off the floor that he threw you to or kicked you out in your head after he threw you over the furniture and stuff, and you go upstairs or to your room or whatever, and you get if you have, because okay, you got your stuff, and you come back and you pop him, because he's already broken several bones of yours, he's hurt the children, all this other shit, but you can't do it no more. You're not gonna live through it, right? What has happened is the way the law works is they'll say stuff like, oh, well, when you're in a situation, the first thing that you're supposed to do, of course, you're going to have situational awareness. If you can egress, meaning if you can get out, that should be the first thing you do. Okay. So if you can get out of the house or get out of whatever situation, you in a store, you at the gas station, if you can get away, then you get away. If you have to pull, then you be prepared to use it. So Black woman is getting beat the hell up, has been in the hospital, being, having broken bones, all these different things. And then she finally is like, he's going to kill him. He's going to kill the kids. Because we're watching Black men put this shit on Facebook and TikTok and all, literally executing us like that white motherfucker did to this baby, Sonia Massey. That
okay, Internet.
Sorry about that, it froze out. That was lynching. Just in case y'all didn't know, that's called lynching. Okay. So if you go and you get your pew and you like, okay, I got to take him out. What the law is going to try to say, you a Black woman, first of all, you didn't get self-defense insurance. That's first of all. Second of all, they're going to be like, well, you could have just left because he had already kicked your ass, and why'd you go upstairs and get a weapon? Because that's premeditated. So they want to lock your tail up. And they're gonna prosecute you. Even though you might have gotten this about him, or that, or call the police before, and all of these things. Okay. So one of the things I suggest for us as Black women is, I don't know why we don't, maybe I'm the only one that's into this. This is why my goddess board daughter be like, don't anybody take her phone call when she's, or y'all saying, what would you, oh, I want to buy you some, what would you like? Don't y'all buy her a damn weapon of any kind, of every done. We're not doing this. She's not, stop, okay? Because that's all I ever want, right? So it is not uncommon for me to have a knife here. It is not uncommon for me to wear rings that if you come up close, they pop out. Because that might be all I need to get you to back up far enough for me to pull. See, a person attacking you, right? So in the minds of these people, or they little bullshit ass laws that put you at fault when this motherfucker beat your ass for all this time. In the minds of these people, well, you should have just done this and you should have just done that. And so, ooh, we get to put you in jail. This is great. Oh, more slave labor. Yeah. But if you took seriously your own security, why wouldn't you have a stun gun in your home? Because if you can have an EDC wherever you are, you could definitely have a stun gun, girl. So I don't understand. Now, this is all hypothetical and alleged, right?
Allegedly.
So I don't understand why you don't, when you did, because you're dealing with Negro peons. I don't care how much you love them. I don't know. I don't know I'm just giving you, I saw this in a movie. I'm just saying. Okay. So let me explain this movie to you. So anyway, all that happened. And then the Black woman comes downstairs. She pops them. Okay, whatever. But what about the Black woman that has stun gun? And that's not considered lethal force. So he did what to you? They got some nice ones. Not that I would know personally, allegedly. But they got some nice stun guns, girl. So if you had that and you came back through and you stunned him, and I don't know, I thought literally, let's not think that this isn't alleged, because this was I saw it on Lioness too. Not two, but okay, that's what we're gonna use. Lioness. It's a show. Okay. So you stun them, right? And then the reason that the cops or the FBI or whoever puts people on their knees, assume the position, hands up, on your knees. The reason that they do that and then they use zip ties is because within about 2 minutes being on your knees on a hard surface, your legs go numb.
Yeah, they go to sleep.
So you're not able to get up and re-injure the person that you just injured, because your hands are behind your back and you're on your knees, and you can't, and even if you got up, you can't run, you can't whatever, because your leg give right out. Does that make sense? I'm telling you, I don't know nothing personally about that. I'm just saying. Okay, but I think I saw it on the show. I'm pretty sure it was Lioness. So
Yeah.
okay, because why would I know something like that personally?
Step
Of course
5,
not. I'm a
foreknowledge.
person ever, right?
Foreknowledge. Step 5.
So the thought process is that I'm the mass mistress of my own security. Mistress, master, whatever. I don't know, some patriarchal term. I'm trying to use y'all languages. I'm the head of my own security. Because Miss D, I don't want to get this wrong, okay? But doesn't physics say two objects can't occupy the same space at the same time?
It does. That's not possible.
So even if you it's not possible. So even I have, okay, because they're all, like I said before, Black women, some of us, anti-Black women, Black girl, Black women, we love to, oh, I have a husband, so I don't need to worry about my security. I got family like that, girl. Oh, really? So does he occupy the same space you do at the same time? Okay. I got a husband. So what? I'm just as capable of protecting him as he is protecting me. If we're in a situation or we're at the mall or we at the store or whatever, we typically go in the opposite direction. He always got to pee every time we walk in the damn store. And then I got to pee before we leave. Okay. So we in separate places. And even if we're in the same aisle, we're still not, we can't occupy the same space at the same time. So if somebody comes through, like they point out all these 12 different ways, 12 different things you need to be doing, okay? If somebody comes through, and oh, by the way, these people, they have wonderful classes that allegedly I take. Okay, anyway, if somebody comes through and they come down the aisle or whatever, and they pulled, okay? What if they point at my hubby and he goes down because it's a natural reaction, but I'm still up? I can literally lean over him and pull. We can protect each other. We go somewhere together. He gets out of the driver's side, I get out the passenger side, because we don't occupy the same space at the same time. So when y'all tell me, when you all see two cops or two, I don't know, whoever agents or whatever it is, don't they each have their own weapons? Or is one of them just that's the masculine one. So that person's carrying the gun. And I over here as the other police officer, I don't really need to, because that one will protect me. That don't even make nonsense. I ain't never seen that happen. If
you never will.
With your partner, if you rolling with your partner, they both can do the same. They can protect each other. One of the things that we do, because I have these little you practice at home air without ammo, right? Without live ammo. And I have these little plastic pew pew type things, right? But they do you can pull the trigger on this little play thing. Okay. So we have a couple of those. Well, we go around our house, and my husband taught me, he was in the military for 22 years. So he taught me, we come from each other, we start at each other's back, and he goes one
Uh-oh, we got a freeze. Okay, got a Auntie Love. Okay, we've got a momentary freeze up. She'll be back. We got a momentary freeze. Just hang in there with us just a little bit. It's very important what she's teaching us about how.
Okay, I got you back.
Got it. Okay. Okay. For a minute there.
It's
Auntie
deep.
Love.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Can you
now.
hear me? I hear you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, yes, now I can.
Okay. 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 So we go around the house with these little play, and he and I work together on checking and on how to check the house, how to maneuver up the stairs, how to go, and meet each other. So if we're back to back, he and I, because that's the place I can't see my back, he can't see his own back. If we're back to back, we have full 360 degrees ability to see. You see what I'm saying? You practice. I did not get as skilled as I got by just getting the thing and going, oh, I'm just going to leave it under the bed, or I'm going to leave it in the car. No, I practiced and I trained, and I had experts work with me. I had my husband work with me. I had different people who work with me, and we've gone to different types of ranges and stuff like that. Because what you can do at one range is not necessarily what you can do at another. Like my semi-auto shotgun, that has to be out. There's a different range you go to. Okay. But I ended up, my husband found this particular range. I ended up being able to go to this range. He's a veteran. So I was able to go to this range because this guy only allows vets and police. And girl, when I tell you, I guess they're police, army or whatever. It's outside, but they were on one thing. Girl, when I tell you they were working with their ARs. These folks, these white folks, while we all, oh no, I can't appear to be such a masculine, this and that. Girl, why when I go into the thing, they got their children. Their children can shoot better. Y'all wonder why these kids, these little white boys, go to the school and pop, and how they get it? Well, those white mothers make sure they do. Y'all hear me? So while we're saying, oh no, our daughters just have to be in dance and gymnastics. Yes, they ought to be, because it really does build up their confidence and things like that. But by the age of 3, they can be in Aikido, jiu-jitsu, with between you and your child's doctor. But you can prepare your child to be able to defend themselves as much as their little body can. Okay. And what you really teach your child is not that you need to trust them, but you teach your child that they can trust you, because that's really what a servant transformational leader does. No matter whether they're at work, no matter whether they're contracting, no matter whether they're leading their family, you have to help the people that you serve as leader to trust you. That includes that's what happens when we become, or if we are single Black moms, right? We are some of the most highly effective leaders, and we can have none of the resources these other groups of people have, yet we will make a way out of no way. everybody's going to eat. Everybody's going to have health care. There's going to be no big me, little yous. We all got stuff we can, each one of us has a part we play, and that's how we do it. We don't do this nonsense where, oh, if I'm a black man, you supposed to make sure, because Level Up Single Mom, I loved her video on this. She did a short on this where she was talking about I'd seen this video before with this dumb ass nigger peons, man. Anyway, tell us so black woman, if you have children and I'm dating you, I need to know what your children can do for me. Girl,
yeah, I saw that.
I can't stand y'all. Just say something else stupid. I know to say something stupid Saturday and Sunday, but then you can't wait till Saturday and Sunday. Jeez, don't y'all stop. Anyway, what's your mind? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But see, and Level Up Single Mom put this so well. You know, she speaks on please, y'all need to get with Level Up Single Mom. I'm just saying. But she puts these things this way, you know, what her default setting is, what people's default setting is. Why does it need to be a default setting that if it's a black man, he supposed to be the first one to eat because of what? Absolutely not. In a matriarchy, the most vulnerable is placed on top. A society is only as good and great as the most vulnerable in the population. That's a huge difference. One of the huge differences between a matriarchy and a patriarchy. And I can't stand it when people say, well, this is a failed patriarchy. No, patriarchy is working exactly like it's supposed to. It's violent. It comes up with lies and innuendo and crap to tell you that, to give the illusion that everything is scarce. And so you need to be competing. Why is a whole grown-ass man competing over a piece of chicken with a child? What? Okay, now I don't know what they do in KKKK heaven. And I definitely, I have some idea what they do in Valhalla, because, you know, we had to, when I took over hell and purgatory, we had to clean out hell because, you know, miscreants and riffraff. No, you need to go on to Valhalla. Just go, because we gated community now. The next backwards bus will be coming soon, or no, the Val cries will be coming soon. You need to come. You need to just wait. Yeah. No, over there. No. Over. Yeah. Yep. There you go. Okay. Yeah. They'll be by to pick you up, take you to Valhalla. And we don't do that over here. We don't do that. We put the most vulnerable first, because if they're taken care of, we can be sure everybody else is.
Yep.
So that's a matriarchic, ingrained DNA, ancient thing for us as Black women and Black girls. The reason nobody else, none of these other types of women are sitting here going, oh, I could do this. I could do this. No. The reason they have such a problem with us as single Black mothers is because it shows you don't need to be abused. You don't need to be mistreated. You don't need to put somebody above your children. You don't need to do any of that. None of that. We evolved humans for millions of years, not doing any of whatever the hell patriarchy does. So what makes you think that you don't in this climate for the last 405 years that you don't need to do this because Auntie D is right. These people are only going to, they only escalate. And you are not going to talk them down by trying to prove that you're human or that you have feelings too, or any. They're well aware that you have feelings. They did get that in they okay, we gonna be wearing flesh suits class. Okay, even common is. Okay, they did attend that class. So they do know that you have feelings, right? And they do know what causes you pain because they're all about chaos and pain. Okay, they love it. And their language, the language that patriarchy speaks, is violence. It's violence. So when you have different people coming at you because they don't want people to get the idea, especially when they don't want women to get the idea that you could do this fight. You don't need to be taking abuse. You get to be happy. You get to have peace. You get to have joy in your life. You get to just love on your babies. You get to do all of that. That's not celebrating being a single Black mother. We are matriarchic. Our default is that. Of course, we're going to try to get everybody to have what they need because that's how matriarchs work. But other groups of women I don't know if they don't have that internal thing because they only have parts of our coding. The other beings only have parts of our coding, right? So I don't know if they don't. I don't know. I don't know what that is all about. I don't know why Palestinian Americanized women are coming and saying the whole. I do know, but girl, shut the fuck up. First of all, I don't need to do nothing for you. I don't owe anybody anything. No Black woman owes any of you time, space, access, nothing. You don't deserve it. But guess what, hooker? Because this is what I told them. This is what you need to do. What you need to do is go get some books that were written by Black women because we already wrote those scripts. We're the ones who created the Underground Railroad. Don't get it twisted. We're the ones who created the Civil Rights Movement. Don't get it twisted. And every single one of you, all of y'all, that's how you go, oh, this is against my civil rights. We not only got all of us out of enslavement, we stopped Jim Crow because Black men weren't. I want y'all to go back and look at the pictures. I want y'all to look at the pictures of Ruby Bridges. Every single day, her mama was walking her. I know she had a wayward Negropean daddy somewhere. I know he was I don't know. But so you're letting little Black girls integrate the schools and their mamas and aunties and grandmamas is walking them there with white women spitting on them and calling for them to be hung. Little 6-year-olds, 15, 14-year-olds. Huh? Where were the Black men that y'all all rave about? That, oh, men aren't what they used to be. When they used to be all of that? Father Matthews is honestly an anomaly. He is a special, he's rare, girl. That is not the common. Okay. So I don't know where y'all, I don't know if y'all just, we get involved in these fairy tales. And I used to say this about myself. The dream is better than the reality. And I'm trying to make this dream be something that it's not. Right? Girl, stop. Okay? Stop. Just stop. Get yourself prepared. You are at war. I'm not at war. What
Yeah, you are.
No, they've declared war on you for over 600 years just in recent history.
Yeah,
So
just recently, 2,500 at least.
Yeah. So you're saying that if you try to get these people to see you as equal, then what? I'm equal to these damn hominids? Girl, why would I be trying to be equal to these freaks? Girl, give a damn if you think you superior. Go ahead, think whatever you need to with your two little
Right.
brain cells, girl.
That's step 4 in Sun Tzu. You
So
think
let me
that?
go ahead and be
We're gonna
arrogant,
get
girl.
you.
You know what I'm saying? Go do that. I don't give a damn what you think. And I don't operate by your little rules. I make the rules here. And just like Auntie D was saying, that's how I rolled with my children. Y'all have heard me say this before. They all knew, and this ain't fucking alleged. Y'all life depends on my goddess-born daughter's happiness. I don't give a damn. I don't care what you normally do. I don't give a fuck about your policies. Oh, if somebody hits her, she can't hit the back because you protect the bullies. I got you. Anyway, I'll be waiting for their mom in the parking lot. Okay. Now this is alleged too. Okay, this is my daughter. Listen. And then I'm gonna have Miss D close out or whatever. Listen, she goes, I got PTSD from you. Okay. Now, normally when you hear little black, young black women talk about PTSD, like for real, shit has happened to them. They've been destroyed. They've been terrorized. They've been defeated. And then they go to school and they get more of the fucking same. Because we feel like we have to follow the laws of the country. So we put our children in these schools where white women hate them. I don't know what we don't get about that. But white women, girl, say, okay, not all snakes. I don't give a damn. I don't care. If you're a snake, you in danger, girl. You're in danger over here. I don't give a damn if it, well, you live by alleged swamps. Well, so what's that got to do? I'm changing the whole ecosystem. You get to change your ecosystem, black women. So there's my daughter. You know what? I still got PTSD from how I would allegedly in my past whoop a whole grand male's ass. I don't give a fuck about you. Like, what you say? Oh, did you just walk up on me? Because that's my answer. Stop it, Bear. Did you just walk up on me? I know you didn't fucking walk up on me. Girl, I'm hitting hot shit. You don't walk up on me as a black woman who is with my children? Girl.
They're fortunate to be alive, allegedly.
We don't know. Well, not that. Okay. But anyway, I'm just saying. So she's like, mm-mm. So if I say, so who's this? It's just a cat. I'm just going out. Mm-hmm. Who is it? I'm not telling you. Because you know how you are. And I'm like, I don't know what that means. I'm the head of your security. What do you mean? I don't care what you do. I'm just saying. I need them. So what's that person saying? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Nope. We ain't that far into this. Me showing up and shit, bro. I can't. I still got PTSD. And it wasn't that you would yell and scream at school. What was so frightening, and I felt the fear of the white women, man. What was so frightening was when you would be quiet, you make them lean into you. And then they'd be like, what did I do? You racist bitch. I want you to do some shit when I leave here. I want you to try it. Girl, just go, because you got a behavioral pattern. I'm already a fucking ahead of that shit. I got rules and standards. Oh, you know, we have policies and rules in the thing. Like, okay, anyway, your shit don't supersede mine. Your little policies have to do with your school. That don't have nothing to do with my daughter. Now, she's a very respectful, kind young woman. I don't know how, because I have tried to corrupt her. Let's be clear. Okay. But she just, you know, she's just compassionate. She's kind. But don't y'all get it twisted. Because when this girl want to go cold, she'll go cold. So somebody walked up on her, black man, in the parking lot not that long ago. And he said, miss, you know how they do? You know how they roll up on you? I ain't got to tell you, okay? Oh, can you buy this? And she said, no. And he was like, no. You know how they do? Next thing, Adelaide, because you have to, because they told you do. Girl, she said, sir, whew, I'm so glad you came. I'm glad it was me that you approached, because you know there are black women out here who, if you walk up on them like that, and then they grace you by saying no, next thing you know, you face to face with a bullet. And he was like, what? Oh yeah. Their numbers are growing. And she says, for example, my mother's one of those women. And I'm just afraid for you right now. Because we never knew. She always knew when she would just show. Okay. I'm afraid for you. I can't tell you. Run. Don't ever walk up on another black woman like that. Ask them nothing. You should go to all these other people, but never another black woman. Because you don't know if it's one. You don't know if it's one of them like my mother. So he backs.
I'm sure he did.
Oh, all I have to do is invoke you. All I have to do is say, Candyman, Candyman, Candyman. And that's it. That's all we got to say. And as Michaela says all the time, you know you most wanted in Blackistan and damn, and this and that. You're supposed to ever read. Oh, are you associated with this woman? Because absolutely not. We don't want nothing to do with it. Girl, that's power. Power requires representation. It's not just that you strong black women, you powerful. That's why they don't want you talking. Because every time you say something, everybody got to get low. Everybody follows your trend. You know why these standards that we put together don't need to go to a politician or whatever? All it needs to do is go to black women. Because black women, everybody be following y'all trends. I don't care what it is. If you say this is the way it's going to be, that's the way it's going to damn be. But I need y'all to get out of your own heads when it comes to other people trying to tell you how it's going to be for you and your self-body autonomy. That's all I got.
Okay, now, in closing, we have heard from you. Two aunties have told you how we won. Auntie Love has told you that where she is, anybody who knows her is like, yeah, you with lovely Austin, we don't need. So she has been able to expand her protectory powers over every black woman she knows. That's power. But she did the work to show up her personal and did the work to show up all the things, self-defense, education, self-defense, financial, networking, both inside the race with vetted black women and also multicultural networks. Mr. White Privilege would be there, and also in her self-defense life, leveraging resources from people who are into the Second Amendment who want to teach because they know they need all the support they can get. As someone from liberal California, yeah, they need all the help they can get in keeping rights to weaponry. But you got to start with yourself.
And one last thing before you see that person? I don't know if y'all see that.
That's a black
woman.
That
is Goddess Born. That's a black woman in this magazine. Let me tell you something. I get this magazine every month.
The second or first highest. But black women are now the first highest group of people.
Yes, we are.
Who are now arming themselves at this moment. What that means is white men who respect the Second Amendment and need help with it are also looking to change that Democrat power base on that subject. So it's to their interest to help black women defend themselves. That's why I say the black wife effect is actually very complicated because there's a lot going on around it. It's another. But the point is,
but no, something you said though, like you don't have to be married to one of them.
Yeah, you just associate.
It's about a partnership. It doesn't.
Yes.
My husband and I are in a partnership. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Right. Be able to work with, to understand the best marriages and some of the strongest partnerships statistically have to do with this kind. Like I said, that's why the black white effect complicated. There's a lot to it. But white men have an interest in black women picking up their gun ownership because that's going to eventually control the Democratic Party on that subject, which means the Second Amendment will be upheld in more states. So there's a lot happening with that. But the point is, black women, you can win. I got some wins. Auntie Love has some wins. Vitamin Q, Kiana, who you know is Love Single Mom, has some wins. QB, who was in our chat, has some wins. Michaela Raymond has some wins, who was in our chat. Who else was up in there? I don't have the
Train Pack was
Train Pack Baby has some wins. She been on the channel a long time. And I know there's others that came over from TikTok. But if you've been with Love, then you've learned how to have some wins. And let me tell you, we might just make history in November. By the way, we put Barack Obama there too. So, I mean, already we can have some wins, okay? People are still spiraling out of control because we did that. So it is. And by the way, when Donald Trump left, we talked about Ruby Bridges. Well, there's also Ruby Freeman and her daughter who held out and counted those votes. Stacey Abrams, who organized in Georgia. And then you have Madam DA Letitia James and Madam DA Fannie Willis right now. And Judge Tanya Chutkan. He's up there too. So right now, certain people been running scared for 4 years. We can have some wins. The question is, do you believe it? Like everything else. And are you going to act on it? We've given you 5, some foreknowledge. We've told you that your opponents are self-deceived because they think they're better than you when they're not. You have the advantage because we gave you a little extra. We still went up to 4 hours trying to go 2, but we love y'all. We love y'all. You have time a little bit because you're ahead because you learned. And again, if warfare is based on deception and your ability, your opponents are self-deceived, you've got all the steps. And of course, the Art of War is available to every library. You probably also, because of very, very old text, there's probably public domain. Try Wikisource. You really do not have money, you probably can get it in the public domain. These things are available for you, and there's a lot of articles online discussing it. So there's things that you can find out to use. The matriarchy think theorem is available for Auntie Love. Just go into the comments and ask for it because she's not charging you for it. She wants you to take that and adapt it. Understand that we're not talking about you need to be Jesus. Ain't nobody asking you to save 18 million people. That's not possible. One person. 900 million black women in the world. That's not possible for one person. But do you know how infinitely valuable you are? And then any daughters you may have. And if your sons know how to act, something Auntie Love said, it's one of the most difficult things in the world for me to realize that Father Matthews is such an anomaly. He really is. But his grandmother and his great grandmother and his mom, all three were tremendous. And then his teacher was Dr. Desi Webster. So there are black men who are reasonable in this respect, but you got to vet them for the black women around them to be sure. That's a common theme. But don't count on it. I had to learn this the hard way. Don't count on it, because men like that are not common in a culture that just despises black women. And let me also say, this situation cannot improve, because as black women learn how to get their capital together, as black women learn how to get their self-defense together, as black women learn how to get their educational and their networks together, and black men continue to not be able to do as well as any of these things, the resentment is going to continue to build. Historically, if you conquer a population of people for any significant length of time, the women adapt and survive, the men disappear. For Father Matthew's sake, I hate to say that we're beginning to see that happen in the United States of America, but even Father Matthews knows that, because he steered me around the bulk of the men who would have been his sons and grandsons. So he was calling them, look, my father was calling them gorillas as I was growing up. That's a man talking about younger men. It's like, my daughter is a Stradivarius. So no, some of y'all are not going to have access to my daughters. I got 3 reasons. And Auntie Love would love all them 3 reasons. Okay? Then I found out that some of my aunts had and my grandmother had some stuff and all the rest before all these laws changed in California. But I heard what you said about stun gun. Thanks for the word up. I'm just saying, y'all, don't wait on someone else to do what you're called to do. You're a black woman. You have the ability, you have the right, and you have, if you're listening to us, you have time and you have advantages, and your opponents think you can't do anything. And let them think that and get started. You can win. Both Auntie Love and I are going to have to invest in some lemon and honey and some ginger when this conversation is over. And it's too late for me to have a nap, so I'm just going to have to go to bed early. But we'll be back with you. We want to make sure that you had this information as we go forward into the rest of the summer, so that you know that you can win. Post your questions and comments. For those of you watching on the replay, thank you for watching on the replay. And then we're going to work out this TikTok thing somehow. I don't know what they're doing over there, but
I don't either. I'm going to have to spend some more time. Me and Michaela are going to get together, because she's my she's my baby, but you know, another brilliant young black woman, and she's on TikTok. She goes on lives and stuff. It's very similar to Clubhouse, just a little bit savvier. So
we'll work it out. But for those of you who came through on YouTube, thank you very much. And for those of you that are coming through on the replay, thank you very much. Break it up into, it's 4 hours. It's not 6. It's not 8. Just break it up. Just, notice your timestamp and just start again and get this information, because you can win.
And go back, because I want y'all to go ahead. If you have a platform, if you know people that have a platform, take these standards, girl. You can switch it around, you can do that, but the point is you have some place to start that you're letting people know, so you don't get to do that with me. You don't get to do that with my children. You don't get to. No, absolutely not. Your job is this. Okay, good job. Now you go on, because if you cross that boundary, I am your consequence over here. Okay. And when my daughter is telling me or other people, okay, you know why I have PTSD? It ain't because anybody ever got to touch me and did anything like that. It's because I was afraid my mama was going to end up on a cot, on bread and water. She was all I had. It freaked me out every time she got that bat or that whatever. And this is alleged, but the shorter the blade, the harder it is to deal with. So you might, you start out with something. I'm just saying. Okay, that's just
allegedly. It was reported to us.
Yeah, I saw it on the show. I'm just saying. Of course, I would because I'm so sweet, right? And she's like, oh, please. But I want y'all to know, because we keep saying this to you. Auntie D and I keep trying to explain that you are precious. Girl, if you please just do this for you and yours. Like Auntie D's been telling you, don't have to do it for 18 million Black women in the United States and 9 whatever. You don't need to do any of that. Just you. That's all. That's what we need, because I can't stand the heartbreak. I feel this pain so intensely, and just I can't take another. No, not another. No, absolutely not. So we are going to be coming through and working on war. Okay. And in a war, you have battles. Some of them you win, some of them you don't, but you learn how to use the terrain. You know how people are. You have to know who you are, and you need to know who your enemy is. And there's plenty of history on both.
Yep.
Okay.
War knowledge is easy because there's plenty of information out there.
Yeah. So
we
love y'all.
We love y'all. Like I said, we're not feeling well today. We're trying to get out of here in 2 hours, but you see what happened. Because it's August. I'm going to say it again. Remember the end of the Confederacy. Remember the end of Nazism. The people that gave the orders to burn it all down was not the enemy. So you have 32% of the registered voters who may be very disappointed. And that 32% of registered voters represents a significant number of white men and white women in this country. Significant. And they can't get their way with Kamala Harris. What happens next? Let's say they do get their way. Same result. It's August. We need y'all to get ready. We need y'all to get ready for what you're dealing with right now. But
yeah,
in addition for you dealing with what is happening right now, we need y'all to get ready for between November the 5th and the next inauguration and the 4 years afterwards. Because you're going to have, if President Harris becomes a thing, you're going to have opportunity for Black women, and you're going to have people that hate every particle. And if you understand how much they already hate, and then have to watch that for 4 years. So we did this August the 17th. Whenever you see this on a replay, we need you to get up on this. And again, you don't have to solve the problem for the globe right now. Solve the problem for you and the people closest to you. Start with you. Get your situation shored up. Some of you, I know Stephanie Perry is sitting up here talking about, some of you just need a passport. Some of you are not going to be able to do they just spent another $25,000 and sent a Black woman away. They just did this. She just put up this video this morning. That's why it was on my mind. Some of you may not be called to bear the burden, but you also free to go wherever you want in the world. But look, if you're insecure and you don't know who you are, doesn't matter where you sit down. Now, Stephanie Perry would say sometimes you need to get out of a toxic environment to figure it out. And at least you've gotten away from all these different American versions of this hate. Sure. But the point is, you need to sit down and work that out for yourself. You need to determine what you need for yourself.
These Project 2025 freaks and stuff, it is going to affect everyone globally too.
Eventually, yes, because whatever United States has becomes a problem. Yeah, that's going to become a problem for everybody. And whether they win the presidency or not, they're not going to just go away. So there's still governor's races, mayor's races, school boards. Don't forget your school boards. People who make decisions.
Got a bunch of them moms of Legion over here.
They're already infiltrating our school boards.
and don't even have kids in those or
Does
whatever.
JD Vance know? Did anybody tell him that some of the moms are living? I'm sorry, he too busy making love to his couch. Did I say that aloud? Yeah, I did.
Yes, you did.
Because he
I
basically said
love
that
it.
he basically said that himself. I'm not saying nothing about him. He basically has not said.
He said it. But that's something else. This is a kind of a little bit of an assignment, Black women, besides working out how you're going to secure your own person and your family, right? Because I really do want you to understand, it's good for you to have an inside little camera and, one of those Ring doorbells and all that, because it captures all this stuff. It's important, okay? Because you matter and you're important. But along the lines of what Sun Tzu, what we were talking about with the art of war, one of the things that I do is I go back and I look at things. So when they are, remember, when they put out something, how do you combat it? So when that little white boy was saying, Charlie Chris was saying, or whatever his name is, I don't know.
Yeah, that was him.
One of them people was saying, oh, you know why Black men aren't in the home? It's because Black women married the government and blah, blah, blah. Let me stop you right there. Okay, let me stop you. So JD Dance, y'all go back, because I haven't watched this. He wrote a book years ago or whatever, and then it became a movie with Glenn Close, some other bullshit. But I went back and read articles. I haven't seen that, whatever that movie is or whatever. But it's based on his life, and his grandmother, his mom, I it's Appalachian language that don't nobody care to know. It's not like AAB where everybody wanna be able to do that too. Appalachians, they the only ones that ain't nobody trying to duplicate that shit. But anyway, whoever his grandmama, ma or whatever he calls it, she was pregnant at 13, and she had the baby. The baby passed away within a couple weeks. She marries the dude that, the pop or whatever. Well, he's a raving alcoholic and he beats the hell out of this woman. She ends up miscarrying like 8 children in a span of like 10 years. And then his mother, who was actually at the RNC, what according to them, she was a different kind of drug addict. She was a opioid and heroin addict. Okay, let's not get it twisted. Girl, shut up. You mean methamphetamine?
You still addicts?
Just call it what it is. Okay, well, she had men coming in and out, so they ended up taking him, and he ended up with his mama or whatever. Girl, you know that the grandfather came through drunk, getting ready to whoop her ass or whatever. She threw gasoline on her and threw matches, girl. Set that motherfucker on fire. He was still alive, but I'm just saying. Okay. This is his coming of age.
No wonder he's upset. He's a manosphere.
So you are going to take out your problems with your mom and your mama.
Yeah, that's a manosphere. That JD Vance is the member of the manosphere that they didn't know they had. Because you mad about what happened, and you not mad at your grandfather.
But let me tell you, or your daddy, because he walked out on you and your mom and your sister when you was a toddler girl. So don't even try to tell me shit, all right? But you over here telling everybody that'll listen that Project 2025, you're gonna have to be married, and if you ain't married, you ain't getting shit from this country. We don't care what kind of taxes you pay, okay, or whatever. Listen, little fella, all right. Listen, ma'am, okay. You need to sit your ass down, shut the hell up, because here's my question, and I want y'all to think about this. you can go and I want you to understand how my mind is working and processing as a warrior born, right? Because as warrior born, you also have to be able to be a healer. Now, if you are just a soldier, oh yeah, you don't need to know how to. All you need to do, you need to know how to point and shoot where I tell you to. But if you are a warrior, you have to be well studied. You know what I'm saying? You also have to be a healer. So if JD Vance went through all of these different things, why would you want other women to be beat the hell up like your mama and your mama or whatever? Because that's how y'all operate, because you're violent.
Yeah, he identifies with his grandfather. He just wants to beat more women.
Well, your daddy walked out. So you're saying that the same motherfuckers that abuse, because he said, well, my mother never gave up on me. Girl, I don't know what you think drug addiction is to the level your mama is or whatever. Oh, she's been clean since for almost 10 years. So let me
You're
say this
40,
to you.
sir, almost 40, sir. So she was
Let me tell you
still on
something,
till
Black.
you were 29.
I want y'all to hear me. I want y'all to
Wow.
hear me here. Y'all hear me? I want y'all to listen to me, Black women. This is how you turn it around. This is Sun Tzu. This is Nzinga. This is all of it. Okay. I want y'all to hear me. Okay. So y'all said on page 4 that the problem with the American family was single Black mothers. And when you say American, you don't mean all Americans, you mean white people. Okay. So I need to know, I need you to produce the single Black mother that fucked your world up. Where's she at?
Well,
So because y'all said that the problem, that's the first problem you have, is really 70% of Black single mothers are da 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 da. You named us specifically. So I need to know which Black single mother raised your ass. Where was the Black single mother in your life that ruined your American family? Because as far as I can see, there was nobody even close to that. So you explain it to me. If Black women and single Black women and single Black mothers are heading the destruction of the American family, then produce the single Black mothers that destroyed your family. You see how you turn that around, Black women? You don't allow people to come and say shit about you and then go, oh my gosh, did you hear what he said? Oh my. Oh, you turn that shit around. Oh, really? So where's the Black mama?
if there was a Black mama in this story, she would have rescued him. Papa would not have gotten up again. Shoot, you can just listen to that story and know y'all don't know no Black Appalachians at all, because there's no way that would have been allowed to go 2 generations. We don't play that.
If y'all, you, JD, are saying that Black single mothers are the problem of the American family and the destruction of the American family, I need you to produce the single Black mothers that destroy your family.
Yeah, it can't be done.
Look, the people who destroy white families is white women. I also need to understand. So now I know Black women created the civil rights movement, the Underground Railroad system, all of these different things, all these humanitarian things that other people duplicate. Tell me now, what is it that your me mom, pop, or whoever, a white woman did to really do all of that for humanity as a group? So what system did these hookers come up with that isn't violent? Because I'm telling you that Charlie Chris, girl, you in danger because your wife is a white. She a crossroad demon. She there with your child. God knows. Only Jesus knows what she doing to that baby. You better get home. Because you over here talking about you on a white boy, you on a white boy summer, some of the shit that you stole from Megan Thee Stallion, girl. You doing a white boy summer tour, some of the nonsense. But baby, I'm gonna need you to get your ass back home because that girl at your house can't be trusted, girl. These white women are devastating y'all. Okay, they doing all the whole most to destroy y'all.
Yep.
So I'm gonna need you to go mind your white ass business and keep your mouth shut about Black women and Black girls because I'm coming for tongues. Well, not me personally. I got a couple of, like Beelzebub and stuff. I got to get with him because he's just falling down on the job, girl. We coming to rip out your motherfucking tongue. Say something else. Say something else that puts a target on us. You wanted a war? You declare war on us as Black women? Really? I'm down. I'm down. And I'm going to be everywhere I can be telling Black women, this is all you need to say. So where's the single Black mother that ruined your family? White boy?
Where is the Black woman who you all are afraid of taking 50% of your stuff? And
that's all I'm saying.
Elon Musk's wife who got away from him and got all that money. Jeff Bezos' wife that got away from him and took 50%. The women that y'all sit in the comments like it ain't even worth getting married because these women are gonna take all your stuff. Where was the Black women that did that according to the stats? Since Black women married to white women, white men don't do that. Who are the women you really mad at? I'm just asking. I'm like, Mr. Chris, I wouldn't have thought about what your wife was doing to your kids because my mind just doesn't work like that. But I will say this, you're going to get out there and embarrass her and you're going to come back to a house that you no longer own.
I'm just telling y'all.
It's not our fault that y'all can't handle your own women.
It's not. Y'all in danger. Trump, you in danger.
I would be like, look, if President Trump has a child that loves him at all, I'd be watching Melania and Ivanka like a hawk right now. Because see, again, and look, this is a real thing. You can look through it all history. You do not want to be an old man in power, white man in power, making things bad for white women around you for too long. If you get into a situation where it's you or them, y'all better look up Catherine Medici. Y'all better find out. Y'all better find out who Olivia was. You better find out who Alexander the Great's mother was and why he was such a terrorist.
Okay, y'all in danger. And what they say, the call is from inside your house, and it isn't.
So you don't have time to come over here. Yeah, white women, you don't have time to come over here. Who's beating y'all down?
Y'all really don't. Y'all really don't.
How is it? You don't have time. In fact, the saddest thing about page 4 on 2025 is what you said earlier, Auntie Love. You're trying to kill off the only people who can really save you.
That's right.
Because all these white people running around today, if they have a slave owner anywhere in their family, our milk got them there.
That's right.
Our tender loving care got them there. So it's like you're trying to make sure that your children will not exist by what you're about to do right now. If 40% of America's children are single mothers, who's going to go the hardest to make sure those kids eat in public school?
Yeah, and I think y'all have the right idea of keeping white women in your house, okay? Instead of
I hadn't even thought about that.
I think that's a great idea. However, none of that shit applies to us. Whatever you talk about in Project 2025, girl, I'm a whole out of y'all law. I'm an outlaw.
And that's the thing. If y'all see, this is the thing. It's like all these people in the table of contents took everything that they're mad about with each other, and then on the 4th page, rolled it in our direction. But really, if you listen to white men and white women talk about each other, they're trying to pull us into their personal civil war. And we're just kind of like, no, we're not. No, you go do
No.
that on your own time. That ain't got
Right.
nothing to do with us. That ain't got nothing to do
Yeah.
with our children. We did not ask, our foremothers did not ask to be part of your foolery. Do not intend to let you enact the foolery anywhere near us. Y'all go work that out on your own time. We know from your European history how much y'all hate each other. Y'all have 100 years war in a hot second. We didn't do that in Africa. We built civilization. So, that's y'all's program. No, I'm sorry. Auntie Love's over here. That's y'all's program over there. Because if I put them over here, they won't survive. That's y'all's program over there. And we just are not, we're just saying, no, we not no. And Black women, we get to say, no, we not no.
No, we're not.
We're not.
Yeah, you
We're
don't
just
have to
not.
be you don't have to be a warrior born or anything like that to say access denied.
Yeah.
Prayer request
Just say
denied.
no to legionnaire behavior. Just
That's
say
right.
no. And
Absolutely
when
not.
Black men use the same legionnaire behavior, same outcome.
Same one.
It's
That's it.
easy. You just become consistent in your life. Like Auntie Love, the difference between what she says and what she does is nil. She's consistent. I do my best. I'm a little bit younger and I've got a little bit more to learn. I'm not at griot stage yet, but I work very hard. If my mouth says it, you gonna see that. Once this becomes a part of you, this becomes a part of you. It's like I was talking to an elder Christian friend of mine about how we still are trying to help ourselves understand in our church that you can't be one way on one day and be another way. We got to find a way to work with one of our younger Black women to help her understand that this inconsistency is going to cause her some trouble in a certain area of her life. We're just trying to find the most loving, compassionate way to bring it to her attention. But the problem is we think we can switch this on and off. So we have a church persona and we have a work persona and we have a home persona, and we might be getting beat up in all of them. So we're adapting to our situations. What we're saying is you can adopt a consistent set of standards and then you operate them everywhere.
That's
You
right.
have a right to choose what your standards and boundaries are, and then you operate them everywhere. Since Sun Tzu says,
you can use what we came through, or you could take some of it, you could toss the whole thing, you can make up your own. I just want you to have some.
Yes, and know that you have the right. And that was the purpose of our going 2 hours past when we said we were going to. We really need you to get it. If you see this on a replay, thank you for staying the whole time, but we really need you to get it because there is no reason for us to continue to be run over.
Yeah. And we'll be back to do the next part of War Council, because that's what this is. We're being taken out not because we've done something to people, but because they covet.
They despise our existence.
We don't do that type of stuff to people. And so we've done nothing to provoke you to any of those things. We simply are breathing. We simply like to laugh out loud. We simply get to be happy and be peaceful and things like that. And I know y'all hate it. I know it's white rage that Negropeans have too. You cannot stand to see the happiness and joy of anyone else. You can't. And that's your business. But you're not going to interfere with.
You don't bring it over here.
No.
You can be miserable, but you just don't get to bring it to Black women and Black girls.
Yeah.
And if we all decide that that's the way it's going to be, then that's the way it's going to be.
That's the trend. That's going to be the trend.
Yeah.
And
then, we can do it. And like I said, it starts with the single individual, and then it goes to your daughter, and then you help your friends get it, and it just slowly and understand everybody isn't going to be ready for it at the same time. I don't believe it was Sun Tzu. I believe it was Lao Tzu who talked about how there's a flow. Water really doesn't meet resistance. It's going to go where it's going. So
it doesn't go upwards for a reason.
Yeah, it doesn't go upwards, but it also will work its way through any valley, given long enough. Just go. Everybody ain't gonna get it. I heard Lonnie Love talk about her cousins, and like I said, I got some church members, and they're different rates of being ready for different things. But work with the ones who are ready, build your networks, and keep going. And we'll be back because we do need to talk about. I really do think war council, black wife effect, and all that kind of does go together because there's some step 5 foreknowledge really talks about having agents in other camps. And you've talked about mastering the masters, and then there's black wife effects. I think those things kind of, and then maybe we do need to talk about vetting 101 because again, a lot of our sisters think the solution is getting a white man. You might get JD Vance. JD Vance is only 39, so then the men in Charlottesville were about that age too. So there's a lot to be said about. Okay, there's a war going on. But then there are people who are in the other camp because, Auntie Love pulled out a whole veteran from that other camp. I'm just saying. She pulled him out and put him to work for black women. I'm just saying.
And that's what it should be.
And that's probably something that we could, if we're doing a war council series, I guess we are. That's a possibility. And I'm sure we're going to get served up some other things. But the COVID brain fog is at this point at 4.5 hours. Like, yeah, but we'll be back. I don't know where it went, and but it's August 17th, so we'll see what we can do to get back a little bit sooner. There was a long gap. A lot of stuff happened in that gap. I don't remember what a lot it was, but we'll be back. It's just there's a lot going on, but we love y'all, and we'll be back.
Bye, everybody. Have a great evening. Share, like, subscribe, do your thing, and take these standards, girl. Go do your thing, girl. Thank you so much, everybody. Good night.
Good night, everybody. We'll see you next time.